Han Fei was shocked that a boat here could travel at the bottom of the sea. His teachers didn't mention that before he came. The armor looked at Han Fei and said, "That's the dark world in the level 3 fishery. People call that boat Evil Shield, because nobody asks who you are or what you do on that boat. Of course, that's just a theory from the dragon boat. Outside, we call it the Spectre, because nobody knows where it will be. But it always emerges when something big happens." Han Fei was not very convinced. He had been told that the dragon boat was the safest place in the level 3 fishery, but he was hunted right after he got aboard. Han Fei scoffed. "According to your story, wouldn't the Spectre be the safest place in the level 3 fishery?" However, both the armorist and the manipulator nodded. Han Fei chuckled. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would it hide at the bottom of the sea if it's so safe?" The armorist shook his head. "Because people from that boat are from different backgrounds. They don't know each other, and they never interfere with one another. I've never heard any murders from the boat. But that's just on the boat. Many people are tailed and killed right after they leave the boat." Han Fei was lost for words. "Is it any different from being killed on the boat?" "Of course it is," the armorist said. "You'll be safe as long as you prepare a few flash stones." Han Fei had a headache. He wondered where flash stones were from. They could be lifesavers for the experts who were already strong enough by themselves. Han Fei asked, "Do you know where flash stones are dug out from?" "Huh?" The armorist was stunned, but the manipulator said straightly, "Flash stones can be found in many places, such as the Thousand Smoke Valley or the undersea mines. But the mines are usually occupied by experts and protected by dragon boats. The flash stones can also be obtained from treasure hunting fish, but the odds are very low. The dragon boats have practically monopolized flash stones and will sell some only once in a while." Han Fei considered for a moment and decided to just buy the flash stones instead of digging them. He was rich anyway. Then, he asked, "Therefore, the Spectre is already here?" The armorist shook his head. "I don't know, but I don't see any reason why the Spectre wouldn't come after 2 dragon boats have arrived. However, it won't show up until the war in the Seaborne Prairie is over. By then, the people who are really familiar with the level 3 fishery would go to the Spectre instead of the dragon boats." "Why?" The armorist said, "When too many people are dead, they're sea-swallowing. Seashells and treasures will be looted and sold. However, if you sell them to the stores on the dragon boats, you will likely be tracked down, unless you go to the ghost market. But the ghost market on the dragon boats can be dangerous too. If you sell good stuff there, you may get killed later before you realize what is going on." Han Fei was silent for a moment. He had sold magic weapons on the dragon boat, which caused all the subsequent incidents. He asked in confusion, "How did you learn all that?" The armorist said frankly, "As an armorist, I have a high demand on weapons. It's not a surprise that you don't know this information when you're not an armorist, but no armorists who have spent a year in the level 3 fishery would sell in the ghost market on dragon boats. They're very prudent even when they're buying." "Damn it." Han Fei spat. There really were a lot of tricks that he didn't know. His face turned cold, and he asked, "What's the requirement to board the Spectre?" The armorist replied, "There's no requirement at all. You can board from any place. Nobody will charge you any fee. After you board it, you will find black robes and masks everywhere. You can hide yourself under the disguise. Han Fei asked in surprise, I can go there any time? The armorist shook his head. No. You have to enter the cabin within moments of putting on the robe and the mask, or you will trigger the defense mechanism of the specter, and anybody will be free to kill you and claim your sea. Swallowing seashell. His lips cramping, Han Fei said, go on. The armorist continued innocently, there are many rooms in the cabin, and you have to pay in order to enter them. 1,000 mid-quality pearls can let you spend a day inside. There are no resting chambers on the boat. Every place is for trading. There's nothing you can't exchange on the Spectre, but you have to submit 20% of the price of the goods to the Spectre after the deal, or you might be exiled or killed on the spot. Han Fei stared at the armorist in his eyes as he talked. Seeing that he was not dodging him at all, Han Fei slightly nodded. How do you know when the Spectre arrives? Han Fei was tempted. If what the armorist said was true, the Spectre would be a good place for him to sell his sea-swallowing seashells for spiritual fruits. He would definitely earn a lot. The spectral horn. When the Spectre arrives, wicked laughter will burst out within thousands of kilometers. We call it the spectral horn. Han Fei was lost for words. Is the Spectre not scared of running into other dragon boats? Of course not. 30 years earlier, the Spectre and the dragon boats had a great war. At that time, the Spectre fought 5 dragon boats on its own and even knocked down one of the dragon boats. The armorist seemed fascinated when he told the story. In that war, many men in black robes fought the dragon boats voluntarily until the seawater was red and bodies were floating. An expert even fought 5 dangling fishers by himself and killed 4. Since then, no dragon boats dared to attack the Spectre anymore, and Evil Shield became well known in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei gasped hard. 1 boat against 5 boats? 1 person against 5 experts of his level? Suddenly, Han Fei squinted and asked, no, wait. Isn't the level 3 fishery supervised by a hidden fisher? The armorist chuckled without giving an answer. The level 3 fishery was supervised by a hidden fisher after the war. He launched a war on the Spectre again, but the owner of the Spectre killed him in a head-on clash. Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. That was rather unbelievable. A hidden fisher was deployed, but later slain on spot? Whoever was behind the Spectre seemed too powerful. Han Fei asked in suspicion, nobody did anything later? The armorist shook his head. That I don't know. But since then, nobody has waged war on the Spectre anymore. Since the Spectre is never aggressive either, the dragon boats simply leave it alone, even when they meet. Han Fei was shocked. This boat seemed to be a legend and the real hero in the level 3 fishery. He cancelled the spirit forbidding net and pointed at the manipulator. Give me your sea-swallowing seashells, and you can go. Both of them were stunned. Were they really going to be released? Was Han Fei really trying to elicit the basic information on the level 3 fishery from them? Han Fei scoffed. It's too boring to kill you. Go now. The manipulator tossed a sea-swallowing seashell quickly, which was nothing compared to her life. Watching them leave, Han Fei put on a smile. Go tell everybody that I'm here. Han Fei had intentionally set them free. Firstly, since this place was messy enough as it was, he planned to make it messier. His remark on the wanted list was too simple, and people might think that he was weak. He would rather change their impression. Secondly, he had been hunted since his name was put on the wanted list. He already had enough of it. So, he would simply horrify everybody with his action this time. For that, Han Fei sailed the wind god boat 5,000 kilometers away in a high profile. Then, instead of running, he recalled the wind god boat and sat cross-legged on the sea. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Fish, you'd better hide at the bottom of the sea for now, and help me escape when it's necessary." The Hexagon Starfish asked, "Huh? You want me to save you?" Han Fei said, "You'll understand what I mean later." He simply took out a dry leafworm grass, bit it in half, and swallowed the pieces. Indestructible body, deduce now. The dry leafworm grass contained a massive amount of energy. Han Fei did not know what massive was, but he had seen how much seaweed the dry leafworms consumed to create a piece of dry leafworm grass. At this moment, after the dry leafworm grass entered his body and the torrent of energy burst out, Han Fei's body was instantly bloated. However, he simply took out another dry leafworm grass and swallowed it again. The Hexagon Starfish was shocked. "Are you crazy? You're going to explode if you eat on." Han Fei grinned. "Now that we're playing this, we'd better play big. Hide yourself." Then, Han Fei took out a third dry leafworm grass and swallowed it. After the intake, Han Fei's skin cracked as if he were a porcelain doll. It was not just his skin that was falling apart, but also his flesh and his bones break. Han Fei had always felt that, although his indestructible body was tough, something was missing, and it was not as good as the venerable level techniques. Because of the missing something, Han Fei did not have the advantage in sturdiness as he had been as a fishing master and a great fishing master back then. Old Jiang said that he became fat because of the enormous energy contained in the candle dragon blood. Han Fei was in so much pain when he absorbed the energy of the candle dragon blood that he was roasted by the energy for 3 days. Since then, he had cultivated now and then, but he had never completely broken the obstacle until this day. After no more than 1 minute, Han Fei's body was already covered in blood. Many fish had been attracted to him because of the blood. However, Little Black, Little Gold, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp protected him and tore the fish into shreds. The fish in the level 3 fishery were very clever. After the failed attempts, they immediately fled. Soon, Han Fei's skin had been burned up. His blood was vaporizing and drying. But under the support of his spiritual energy, new flesh and skin were growing rapidly. After the brutalization, Han Fei's body had turned into a source of spiritual energy, which was circulating on the surface and exploding within. 2 hours passed. Han Fei's body that had been bloated by the energy began to constrict quickly. 3 hours passed. A boat arrived with 3 people on it. They were all shocked and delighted to see Han Fei's look. Killing someone while they were in danger and looting their treasures was not unusual in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei couldn't move in the middle of the breakthrough. It was the best opportunity for them to attack. Someone asked, "Is that Han Fei?" "That's exactly him. This boy is trying to get himself killed by brazenly making a breakthrough on the surface of the sea. Kill him." However, when they were still 100 meters from Han Fei, 9 chains fluttered and tied one of them up. In the meantime, a gold and red shadow soared from the water, and Little Gold's wings chopped one of them into halves. The person who was bound by the 9 chains was suddenly bitten in the neck. with blood spurting out. The last soul warrior, frightened, activated his flash stone and escaped. Instantly. 4 hours passed. The 7th group of intruders had been defeated. 5 escaped, leaving several empty boats behind. Han Fei, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the boats, badly mangled. However, though his body was disfigured, he was still holding a piece of grass and swallowing it. After 4 hours of struggles, Han Fei still felt that something was missing. This was his best opportunity. If he couldn't break the invisible obstacles of the indestructible body, he could barely keep his body as sturdy as before. The 4th dry leaf worm grass couldn't fatten Han Fei anymore after being taken. However, the bones that were protruding from Han Fei's hands seemed to be glimmering. At the bottom of the sea, the hexagon starfish minimized its body size and packed its tentacles. Rolling its eyes, it felt that Han Fei was crazy and would make himself explode. It didn't know how much power the dry leaf worm grass contained, but judging from Han Fei's appearance, it knew that the power couldn't be little. Another 2 groups of intruders arrived in the 5th hour. A boat seemed to be flying close in the sky too. The 2 groups of people spoke to each other, "Let's work together, or none of us can deal with the weird creatures in the water." In the sky, the boat that was coming close rapidly shouted, "Could you wait for us for a moment?" But the moment he shouted, the 7 people on the 2 boats closer to Han Fei took action. They attacked from 7 different directions. But in the blink of an eye, one of them was hauled into the bottom of the sea, another was hit by Little Gold with broken internal organs, and a 3rd person was bitten and killed by Little Black. But 3 of them made it to Han Fei. Instantly, spiritual beasts and spiritual weapons were activated as they tried to kill Han Fei. But more than 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers emerged around Han Fei and blocked those stalks. Then, the 30 spiritual weapons split up and attacked the 3 intruders. After they failed to kill Han Fei in their first attack, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Black came right at them. They were all killed before the boat in the sky landed. Scared, the people on the boat stopped and did not press further. Another 2 boats that were coming from other directions saw the scene too. Han Fei had sensed them. He knew it was the consequence of setting the enemies free. There was no mercy in the level 3 fishery. If he didn't kill them, he would be killed. The only reason why Han Fei let them go was for them to spread out the news. Even if they did not volunteer to do it, they would catch the attention of the people on the dragon boats with their heavy wounds. The result was all the same. More and more people would learn that Han Fei was here. 6 hours later, 7 boats had been scattered around Han Fei, but none of them attacked him. The 7 boats weren't far away from each other. They were talking telepathically. Someone proposed, "Should we attack together?" Someone frowned. "Something is wrong with this guy. Look at the 20 empty boats here. How many people must he have killed?" Someone roared, "Can we be intimidated by him when he's all by himself?" Someone suggested, "Why don't we wait another half an hour?" Everybody fell silent. Whoever attacked first would be in danger, because Han Fei had fully revealed his trump cards. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold were definitely appalling. Nobody wanted to be killed first. They preferred to wait for more sacrificial fishers, so that Han Fei would be killed in a war of attrition. Deduce. Knowing that there was no stopping them, Han Fei began to deduce the true spirit fishing art. Clouds were gathering in the sky, and thunder was rumbling. After only a minute, waves were rising, and a waterspout was taking shape far away. A huge storm started. Exactly at this moment, another 2 boats appeared in the sky. Many people were panicked. It was impossible to divide the loot with more participants. They would have to fight amongst themselves, and more people would die. Damn it. Why is the weather changing so capriciously? Let's do it. He's alone. How many spiritual beasts can he possibly have? It's a gamble anyway. Let's try our luck. Nobody associated the weather change with Han Fei, because nobody was powerful enough to influence nature. They simply thought that it was because of the accident in the seaborne prairie. They were too weak to explore the seaborne prairie in the first place, so they did not really consider the weather a big deal. Kill him. There was no telling who cried first, but for a moment, 30 people were charging at Han Fei simultaneously. However, when they were 100 meters from Han Fei, dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Boom. After a flash in the sky, half of the 30 people were struck by the lightning and blackened like coal. The survivors had been smashed into the water too, with electric arcs dancing crazily around them. Hew! 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 Most of them squeezed their flash stones and disappeared. Those who didn't have flash stones were appalled, wondering why the lightning would suddenly strike them. Far away, the 2 approaching boats turned around and fled. What did they see just now? Dozens of lightning bolts struck suddenly and evaporated dozens of people. Boom. Another lightning bolt struck Han Fei, making Han Fei vomit blood. Muscles were bulging all over his body, and his veins were surfacing from his flesh. Because nobody was around, Han Fei became the direct target of the lightning. But since he was sitting on the surface of the sea, the lightning raised a tide almost 100 meters high when it hit him. Run! 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 The arriving boats all stopped dozens of kilometers away. Those who were close simply fled as quickly as possible, knowing that the lightning was indiscriminate in its attacks. The dark clouds rolling in the sky were like a huge upside-down city. There was no telling how thick or high the clouds were. All the boats nearby landed from the sky. Everybody recalled their boats and dove into the sea. After all, it was not fun to be struck by lightning. 10,000 kilometers away, on the top level of 2 dragon boats, 2 hanging fishers were stunned to see the storm and the raging tides. Huh? Why is the weather changing all of a sudden? Could it be related to the seaborne prairie? On Han Fei's side, the wind was stronger and stronger, raising tides hundreds of meters high, which weren't fatal for dangling fishers, but it made it hard for them to control their boats. Even if they dove into the sea, they dare not approach Han Fei at all, because the dozens of boats around Han Fei were empty. They were not idiots. Where were the people on those boats? Dead, of course. The cataclysmal scene made all the people who came late stay 100 kilometers away, not daring to get any closer. Boom. In the meantime, Han Fei had been disfigured under the lightning strikes. He was even more certain that void fishing was the most forbidden art. Restoring. The art alone had triggered such a devastating reaction from nature, and this was only the 4th level. What would happen later on? The weather anomaly might be just an irregular storm on the sea in the eyes of the ordinary people, but it had deeper meanings for some people. In the 1,000-star city, some exerts extended their fingers and counted, as if they were calculating something. In the sea, Han Fei had almost been entirely tied up by spiritual energy into a ball of light. The violent energy was attacking his body from within. His veins were supposed to be expanding gradually, but many of them were torn brutally by the electricity, resulting in massive hemorrhages. Han Fei felt that he had run out of blood to vomit. His clothes had been ruined, his hair all burned up. Even his flesh was collapsing. Thankfully, the indestructible body proved useful at this point. As the aggressive lightning struck him, inexhaustible vitality surged out of his flesh and bones, trying to rebuild his body again and again. Bam! 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 The 100-meter high tides were rising and exploding next to Han Fei non-stop. Every time a lightning bolt hit him. Han Fei understood that well. He was in the sea, not on the land. Anybody who had seen high-voltage electricity being discharged in the water would know that explosions would be normal. Sometimes, one electric current could cause dozens of explosions. Inside Forge the Universe, spiritual stones were being crumbled one after another. But even under such vehement bombardment, Han Fei still felt that the obstacles on the indestructible body weren't broken. Damn it. Do I really have to crush all my veins and accommodate the art with my body in order to grasp it? Han Fei was very suspicious. Ren Tianfei achieved the indestructible body because his veins were all ruined, but his conditions were different. Why should he destroy them if he could keep them? But at this point, Han Fei did feel the restrictions of his veins on the cultivation of the indestructible body. There was a barrier that he simply couldn't pass. Damn it. Let's try it. My vitality is so high. Everything will work out as long as I'm not killed. Han Fei was not cross-legged anymore, but rolling on the sea because of the lightning strikes. At this point, he held back his pain of being shredded and swallowed another 2 dry leafworm grasses in his mouth. The simple movement tore a large piece of flesh off Han Fei's arm. Bones were exposed from his elbow. Han Fei was refreshed by the magnificent vitality and energy after he ate the dry leafworm grasses. But of course, it was an even greater blast of energy that followed it. Boom. Boom. The lightning struck again and again where Han Fei was, raising tides numerous times. Outside, hundreds of kilometers away, the latecomers were too shocked to say anything after seeing that. Someone asked in shock, didn't they say that Han Fei was here? Why is this happening? Someone replied, who knows? We didn't see Han Fei, but whoever hunted him earlier must be dead by now. Someone remarked, nobody needs to hunt him anymore. Han Fei can't possibly resist one of the lightning strikes as an intermediate dangling fisher. His name will soon disappear from the wanted list. Someone sighed. What a shame. It would be great if we could find Han Fei's body. We can exchange it for rewards. Someone was lost for words. Why else do you think everybody is here? There. All waiting to look for his body when the storm is over. Someone shook his head. If it were you, would your body have been intact under such lightning strikes? I don't know. Maybe his body sank into the sea a long time ago. Many people had the same thought. They were swimming at the bottom of the sea, confident that the lightning couldn't press thousands of meters deep however powerful it was. There were many people who thought that way. As a result, someone swam to the place right below the lightning strikes. Regretfully, they were attacked the moment they showed up, and they saw nothing but a few chains before their death. 1 hour passed. The lightning strikes were less frequent, and the raging tides weakened, but nobody dared to draw closer. 2 hours passed. The lightning had stopped. Though the tides were surging and the storm was still going on, it was no longer dangerous. Someone exclaimed, "Why is the thunderstorm ending so quickly? It doesn't feel right." I feel that it's not a natural phenomenon, but a sign that unusual treasures are emerging. Many people got suspicious. It didn't make sense. The lightning was bombarding the area a while ago. How could it have died down so quickly? 2.5 hours later, when everybody was certain that the lightning stopped, some of them finally sailed their boats closer. Then, exclamations burst out from the boat. "Someone's there. Someone is alive at the place where the lightning struck." "Seriously? You must be kidding me. Damn it. I'm going to cut you into pieces if you're bragging." How could anybody have survived that? It must be the broken pieces of a certain boat. While talking to each other, everybody drew closer on their boats, only to be completely shocked. In the middle of the imposing tides, a blackened person was trying to sit cross-legged on the surface of the sea. Yes, it was right. He was trying to sit cross-legged. Next to him was a mass of broken pieces of boats that had been shattered by the lightning. A lot of sea creatures that had been electrocuted were floating on the sea too. Who's that? The same question popped up in their heart, but the man had been so blackened and deformed that they couldn't distinguish who it was. Someone guessed, could it be Han Fei? None of the guys on the wanted list are ordinary. Someone scoffed. That's bulls asterisk it. The lightning could have killed any of us. Han Fei? However good he is, he's just an intermediate dangling fisher. Someone snorted. Don't forget that the chaos at the center of the seaborne prairie might be related to him too. It could have killed a peak-level dangling fisher too, but Han Fei survived it, didn't he? Someone was suspicious. Do you think that someone has made a breakthrough and become a hanging fisher here? Everybody suddenly fell quiet, as it was a viable possibility. However, someone still responded, not too confidently, "You think a hanging fisher could have resisted that lightning show just now?" "I don't think so." While everybody hesitated and watched, Han Fei opened his eyes. Crack. Black crust cracked on Han Fei's skin. He was very weak, but he felt like laughing. He was weak because he had been struck by lightning. He wanted to laugh, because he weathered through it. The 6 dry leaf worm grasses, the power of lightning, and the tremendous spiritual energy helped him break the obstacles of the indestructible body. Yes, he made it while his veins were intact. At this moment, the first limit of the indestructible body had been broken. He could feel the horrifying power in his body even though he was still weak. In his eyes, data popped up. Owner, Han Fei. Level 36, mid-level dangling fisher, spiritual energy 128,526, 5001. Spiritual heritage, level 5, low quality. Spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 30. Weapons, blue sea wandering dragon daggers, water dividing seal, blood drinking knife. Main art, void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level. Divine quality. Han Fei was about to grin, but his lips were so painful that he felt his cheeks were being torn apart. Outside. Shua. He cast the divine healing technique on himself. Crack. Look. Broken. That man is broken. The black crust on Han Fei's body was cracking like crispy instant noodles. While everybody was holding their breath, half of Han Fei's face and chest had been revealed. Han Fei opened his eyes and looked around, only to see hundreds of boats surrounding him. He lowered his head but was shocked. He immediately put on some clothes and shook off the black crust on his body. Even so, Han Fei was still surprised at his skin, which he found was full of tiny bloody cracks. Shwa. He cast another divine healing technique on himself, realizing that something might be wrong with himself. Different from last time when he reached his peak state after the lightning strike, he used 6 dry leaf worm grasses this time, whose wild energy and vitality had disturbed his internal system and ruptured his flesh and bones. Now, though he had weathered through it, he had more injuries to recover than his skin. He sensed that he had a dozen broken muscles. Some of his muscles had been ripped apart too. Naturally, Han Fei's wounds were being healed quickly, but given the circumstances. Far away, someone finally exclaimed, "It's really Han Fei. He was not killed." Han Fei. Someone was appalled. Who was he exactly? How could he have survived the lightning? Someone asked, "People, should we do it? This man may have big secrets, which may be great opportunities for us if we kill him." Han Fei was lost for words. Since when had he become an opportunity bringer? Shwa. 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 Almost 40 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew out of his body and hovered around him. He spoke slowly, "Hey. I didn't expect so many people." When the blue sea wandering dragon daggers swarmed out, many people gasped. They all had spiritual weapons, but none of them had 40 spiritual weapons that they could control with their spiritual power. Someone said solemnly, "It remains a mystery how he survived the lightning. But look, he is still an intermediate dangling fisher. He didn't make a breakthrough." Someone reminded, "He's not just a soul warrior, but also a spirit gatherer. He's heavily wounded and is treating himself. We can't give him time to heal, or it will be barely possible for us to kill him later." More people took out their weapons. Some people summoned their spiritual beasts and their contractual spiritual beasts too. Han Fei grinned, "You want to kill me? Come here." Han Fei's original plan was to intimidate the intruders with the power of lightning. However, the intruders had all been killed. As a result, nobody had witnessed how he resisted the lightning. He didn't achieve his purpose of deterrence at all. Surrounded by 100 boats and hundreds of experts, he would have fled if it were before, but at this moment, he was not entirely incapable of fighting back, though he was still wounded. Furthermore, Han Fei even had an understanding. He felt that he was different now. At least, though there were a couple of peak-level dangling fishers among the enemies, they couldn't give him any pressure now. Sure. Earlier on the dragon boat, one peak-level dangling fisher had already made him feel that his life was under threat. However, after the invisible obstacles of the indestructible body were broken, he felt as invincible as back when he was in the level 1 and level 2 fisheries again. As Han Fei shouted arrogantly, the people around him had different reactions. Someone decided to retreat. They believed that everybody on the wanted list was a freak, and that this man must have other moves since he publicly provoked so many people. Someone was full of disdain, not believing that Han Fei could resist so many people by himself, however talented he was. Someone didn't want to retreat, but they didn't want to attack either. They simply stayed and watched, hoping to take advantage of the battle. Han Fei, you're hopeless. Even if you have flash stones, you can't possibly escape from this area now that you've been exposed. That's right. Han Fei. Give me one of your spiritual weapons, and I can let you go. Haha. One spiritual weapon for each person? I don't think he has enough. Give me your sea-swallowing seashells, and I'll stay back. Everybody laughed and talked, mocking and making offers. Han Fei glanced at them casually and said, "You want my weapons? Come and get them." As he spoke, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself again. In the crowd, the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't wait anymore. They spoke to each other telepathically, "We can't give him time to heal. This boy is very weird. We should attack right now." Someone was hesitant. "There are so many people here. Wouldn't others take advantage of us if we attack?" Hee hee. "If we lead the attack, do you think those people will sit idly by?" While they were still discussing, a couple of people suddenly charged on another side. As it turned out, a soul warrior attacked first by shooting out dozens of arrows. In the water, dozens of red weird vines grew out of nowhere and grabbed Han Fei's feet. Far away, someone was throwing out spears of spiritual energy. 3 soul warriors were also attacking at the same time. Out of the peak-level dangling fishers' expectation, the advanced dangling fishers attacked first. After they attacked, some people capable of remote attacks took action too. The armorists were unleashing torrents of knives and swords, and the soul warriors were shooting with archery techniques. Their attacks were all splendid on the sea. Clang! 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 The intense volley of arrows and the overwhelming weapons hit Han Fei, but only resulted in metallic noises, as if they had hit hard iron instead of a human being. Someone was dumbfounded. "How's that possible?" "That's impossible. His body. F***ck. However, before the next wave of arrows hit Han Fei, he had suddenly stomped and jumped away. Grabbing a spinning blue sea wandering dragon dagger, he roared, "Fuse! Hum! Hum!" Han Fei stood in the sky proudly, with gold and red wings unfurled on his back. 5 meters long. 9 chains were shivering as if they were connected to Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei dodged most of the attacks. Only the arrows of spiritual energy that could automatically track the target caught up with Han Fei after a turn. However, even though those arrows hit Han Fei, they caused nothing but clinking sounds and did not hurt him at all after they exploded. Hiss! Many people's eyes widened with disbelief. Someone exclaimed with a shivering voice, "How is it possible? He can fly? How is it possible?" Gulp. Other people were dumbfounded to see Han Fei standing in midair too. They had never heard anyone who could fly as a dangling fisher in the level 3 fishery. It's a contractual spiritual beast. A legendary contractual spiritual beast. Someone was greatly horrified. How lucky must the man have been to acquire a legendary creature as a contractual spiritual beast? Someone was suspicious. Not good. Is he from a certain big family in the 1,000-star city? Someone simply denied it. That's impossible. There are too many noble families in the 1,000-star city. How many of their descendants have a legendary contractual spiritual beast? But someone guessed, it's not definite. We've seen too few of them. Han Fei must have a special identity. Someone simply retreated. They didn't care about killing Han Fei anymore. They were more concerned about Han Fei's background. They would feel regretful if anyone behind Han Fei showed up and killed them. After they just killed Han Fei. Shut up. This is the level 3 fishery. Even if he's from a big family, so. What? Whatever happens happens. That's the rule of the level 3 fishery. How can you retreat when you've already attacked him? How can you achieve anything great without determination? The soul warrior who attacked first criticized them. He didn't have a choice. Even if Han Fei was a big shot, he would have to keep his companions here, so that he wouldn't have to take all the blame later. Han Fei was lost for words. How on earth did I become a descendant from a big family? He thought in disdain. Fine, this misunderstanding is not bad. At least, some of them will be scared off. Han Fei quickly made a turn in the sky and chose a random direction, charging at a boat that had 3 men on it. If you want my treasures, come on. Cowards, check this out. When Han Fei swooped at them, all 3 people on the boat were lost for words. We're here just to watch the show. Why do you choose us of all people? Immediately, one of them activated the boat, ready to flee, but the 9-star chain had been launched. We can't escape. Let's beat him back. At this moment, Han Fei had already stepped on the head of this boat. Frightened, the 3 people fused with their contractual spiritual beasts, which formed shadows behind them. But Han Fei's blue sea wandering dragon daggers had cut them before they could fight back. Crack! One of the intermediate dangling fisher lost his spiritual energy protective cover before he released the weapon box. In the next second, his eyes were bloodshot, and his neck was cut apart. Another intermediate dangling fisher, who was a soul warrior, raised his spear, while 2 pincers behind him clutched Han Fei at the same time. However, after Han Fei slashed, he crumbled and the man was cut into halves. Instantly. The last person had already jumped off the boat, ready to jump into the sea, because he was the furthest. But he was caught by the 9-star chain and cut into halves too. Han Fei did not feel guilty at all for killing them. Whether they were kind, amiable or ferocious back on the floating island, they had been prepared for everything after they came to this place. Good guys and bad things were the same here. But no men of justice would be here. Everybody was drawn here to kill Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei flew so fast that he left gold and red shadows behind him. Most of the intermediate dangling fishers couldn't deal with his speed at all. If they were caught up by Han Fei, they would be wiped out within 2 seconds. None of them dared to linger anymore. Run! Let's run! Han Fei is definitely as strong as a peak-level dangling fisher. Retreat before it's too late. This boy is too brutal. Ferocious. This is a ferocious man. Let's run. Almost instantly, dozens of boats were fleeing. Every intermediate dangling fisher was so frightened that they wished they had wings and could fly away. 2. Han Fei was simply too horrifying. None of the intermediate dangling fishers could possibly resist him. They would rather not stay anymore. Han Fei went on a killing spree and scared off all the intermediate dangling fishers, leaving the advanced dangling fishers who did not know what to do. Actually, they all vaguely thought that they wouldn't be killed as easily because Han Fei had only been attacking the intermediate dangling fishers ruthlessly. However, just in case, many advanced dangling fishers shouted at each other. Let's work together to kill him. Don't reserve anything. Under someone's intentional provocation, dozens of advanced dangling fishers attacked in their peak state. For a moment, the shadows of all kinds of sea creatures were emerging in the sky. Some were even appearing for Real. Poochie. Clatter. Clank, clank, clank. Hanfei was holding weapons in both hands, even though the blue sea wandering dragon daggers had been eclipsed by the torrents of knives and swords. The spiritual weapons clinked when they hit Hanfei. Those who did not participate were rather involved. What they thought to be a hunting game had turned out to be a street fight. The attackers all had bloodshot eyes as they pressed on, but they saw bodies falling all the time. Immediately, someone shouted, "Are you idiots? You want to kill him in the sky? Can you fly? Let's go to the sea." However, only some of them chose to retreat, and most of them were simply fighting Hanfei on their boats vehemently. They weren't idiots. They had seen that Hanfei's skin was cracking, as if his body would fall apart at any point. Many of them believed that Hanfei, who was heavily wounded in the first place and had undergone consecutive battles, couldn't hold on anymore. None of them were willing to give up the chance. But some of them were scared as the battle went on. They found fewer and fewer people around Hanfei, and Hanfei was still fighting even though his body was cracking and bleeding. He was not scared at all when he was hit by all the weapons. However, it was already too late for them to react. Hanfei had already been drenched in blood, which he didn't know was from himself or other people. He would have fled if it were before, but this time, the more he fought, the crazier he became, as if there was a fire burning in his heart. "Come on. Don't you want my treasures and my spiritual weapons? Come and get me." Slowly descending from the sky, Hanfei stood on the sea and grinned at the advanced dangling fishers who were shocked. "Even though I'm heavily wounded, you are not enough to take me down." Don't believe him. His body has already cracked. He must be fighting by draining his vitality. That can't last long. Another peak level dangling fisher appeared before everybody and speculated Hanfei's current status. The other two peak level dangling fishers were in two different positions. They surrounded Hanfei in a triangle. One of them said, "Have you noticed the spiritual energy he has consumed? He may seem aggressive, but he can't last long." Eventually, the last peak level dangling fisher said, "Listen up, you will attack at the same time to kill Hanfei on our signal. You can share his spiritual weapons and artifacts, and we will only have his head and his battle techniques." It might have escaped other people's attention, but they noticed how weird Hanfei's blue sea wandering dragon daggers were. They had been defending him and hovering in a skillful way. Their auras were weird and sharp too. It was definitely a great battle technique. Hanfei turned his neck, but then, quite a few cracks appeared on his neck, too. Damn it. Hanfei was lost for words. The wound was a result of the remaining violent energy in his body. He might seem awesome for now, but he was in fact really badly hurt. At this moment, a voice rang in his head saying, "Why don't we run?" The voice was from the hexagon starfish, who might have seen Hanfei's current look from whichever corner it was hiding in. Hanfei didn't respond but stared at the three peak-level dangling fishers warily, knowing that they couldn't be scared of him. Every peak-level dangling fisher had great life-saving methods and spiritual weapons. He had to kill them in one go. These three were an armorist, a manipulator, and a soul warrior, respectively. With 2 ranged fighters and a melee one, they had a lot of combinations for their attack. However, when Han Fei sensed the unusual water current, he put on a subtle smile. Clatter. All of a sudden, a water dungeon array appeared out of nowhere, and the dense seaweeds began to climb on Han Fei. They were not ordinary seaweed. Not only could they absorb spiritual energy, but they were also sharp and poisonous. The moment Han Fei was trapped by the water dungeon, the armorist took action. His dozens of weapons were combined into a broadsword in the sky, before it pierced at Han Fei with auras from all directions. As for the soul warrior, he roared with his long sword. Han Fei saw that waves of spiritual energy were glittering on the longsword. Then, 9 tentacles emerged and tried to tie Han Fei up. The moment they took action, the dozens of advanced dangling fissures joined the attack. Once again, a storm of blades and all kinds of contractual spiritual beasts were coming at him. Who? After a second, Han Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. He unleashed his spiritual energy and moved away, breaking the water dungeon array. The manipulator, who was a peak-level dangling fisher, was shocked. He instantly grew abundant amounts of seaweed in the water. But while he was doing that, he noticed, to his surprise, that Han Fei peeped at him casually. He was so frightened under the look that he almost gave up the attack. But it was too late. 3 chains were extended from the bottom of the sea and shackled him, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers in Han Fei's hand had turned into a kitchen knife. The soul warrior was rather shocked. How can anyone fight with a kitchen knife? The soul warrior, one of the 3 peak-level dangling fishers, was still in shock. He saw nothing but a flash of a knife, but then, everything in his eyes was replaced by blood. He was confused. He should have hit Han Fei first, because his sword was longer. He was not wrong. Han Fei had been hit by his sword. The man's fully blown attack with a mid-quality spiritual weapon was indeed good and irresistible. Even though Han Fei had broken the obstacles in the indestructible body. But that being said, the sword did not pierce through Han Fei, but only stabbed into Han Fei's shoulder blade. It was not really hurtful. Han Fei's drawing art, on the other hand, was not a joke. He had sufficient spiritual energy to fill into the weapon. Even though the man was a peak-level dangling fisher, he could not resist the ultimate skill of an ultimate spiritual weapon. In the next moment, an arc-shaped blade aura swept out, centering at Han Fei. After only an instant, the 8 advanced dangling fishers who charged at him stopped, with blood popping up around them the next second. The moment they saw the attack, dozens of people simply vanished, including the armorist in midair, who had abandoned his weapons that he didn't recollect. Yet as he simply fled away, none of them saw where the saber aura came from. They only saw the dazzling light sweeping the sea so devastatingly that they had no courage to fight on. How could they possibly fight? One of the peak-level dangling fishers and 8 advanced dangling fishers perished after one attack. This hunting game was already too much. The manipulator who was shackled by Han Fei had squeezed his flash stone, but then he felt his neck was painful as part of his flesh was bitten off. Though his flash stone was squeezed, he hit an invisible wall in the next moment. After only 2 seconds, everybody around had escaped, and Han Fei walked to the manipulator unhurriedly. "Spare me, Poochie." Han Fei stabbed him numbly. Looking at the dead manipulator, whose eyes were still wide with fear, Han Fei said casually, "As an adult, you should bear the consequences of your choices." The hexagon starfish emerged from the bottom of the sea, with nothing but fear in its eyes. Having witnessed everything that just happened, it now regarded this person as a demon instead of a weak young man. Han Fei turned his neck, but his skin cracked again. Damn it. I need to heal myself. Let's go, Mr. Hexagon Starfish. A moment later, Han Fei gathered all the sea-swallowing seashells he could find and rushed away on the hexagon starfish through the sea. On the dragon boat, the news of Han Fei's appearance had been known by everyone, though there was no telling who spoke first. So, armies of hunters who aimed at Han Fei, mostly advanced dangling fishers, were setting off from the dragon boat. At this moment, the mercenary hall on the dragon boat was crowded and tumultuous. We're establishing a team to explore the seaborne prairie for treasures. We only want advanced dangling fishers. We need an advanced armorist to explore the seaborne prairie. We're short a hunter and a manipulator. Both of them must be advanced dangling fishers. Join us. We're all hunters, and we're chasing Han Fei, the 59th place on the wanted list. He appeared a few hours ago, and can't be far away. We still have a chance. Similar advertisements were echoing all over the place. Some were hiring, and some were applying. Nobody considered the risk at all. Whoever had come to this place had been through all kinds of perils. They were no strangers to risks, and they were willing to take risks to grow stronger. Bam! Right then, somebody suddenly bumped into the door and squeezed through the crowd. Not good. Not good. Something huge happened. Who's yelling? What's happened to make you so panicked? Who the hell are you? You're interrupting my announcement. I forgot where I was a moment ago. Damn it. What's wrong with you? Would we even be here if there was nothing important? In the blink of an eye, the young man was surrounded and lambasted by everyone. The young man smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be hasty. Listen to me. About Han Fei. Would you please spill it already? What about Han Fei? Haven't they all left to hunt him?" The young man caught his breath and said, "Dead. They're all dead. Few of the hunters made it back alive." Huh? What did you say? All dead? Hey! Don't be an alarmist. I'm trying to establish teams here. How did they all die? Make yourself clear. The young man said in fright, "Wrong intelligence. The wanted list can't be more wrong. It's true that Han Fei is an intermediate dangling fisher, but he shouldn't be the 59th place. He should have been among the top 3. Just now, lightning fell from the sky as if it were doomsday. Nobody could resist one attack from him, not even the peak-level dangling fishers." Hiss. The mercenary hall fell quiet, and all the noises were gone. A bearded man asked, "Are you responsible for what you said?" The young man said angrily, "I saw it with my own eyes. Han Fei fought 100 enemies on his own. He was a demon. The sea was red with blood. He's Demon Han." A luscious woman stood out and asked, "He fought 100? That's impossible. He's just an intermediate dangling fisher. How could he have possibly fought 100 enemies?" The young man said regretfully, "What do you know? Han Fei boasts a legendary contractual spiritual beast that can give him gold and red wings and make him fly. You really think that someone on the wanted list who caused mayhem in the seaborne prairie is a simple intermediate dangling fisher? Hiss. A legendary contractual spiritual beast? Wings? Isn't that the special feature of hidden fishers? He can fly? Shoot. Disband. Disband. We're going to abort this mission. The dragon boat has to give us an explanation. Do you want to get us killed? Immediately, many teams who were planning to hunt Han Fei were disbanded. The staff at the mercenary hall were stunned too. What did they know? They simply listed the mission as they were instructed. They didn't know that the mission would be so hard. In the battlefield where Han Fei had just fought, a dozen people were standing by. If Han Fei had stayed here, he would have recognized their leaders to be Sun Mu, Yang Diyu, and Mo Fian. At this moment, Yang Diyu scratched his head and said, "Damn it. What did the boy possibly get from the big red trunk? He's so remarkable." Mo Fian's eyes were glowing. She had never been interested in the sea token, and only wanted to have fun, but back in the big red trunk, her everything was taken away by Han Fei except her clothes. For her, it was not just about the sea token anymore. She swore to catch Han Fei alive to torture him again. Again, and again. Sun Mu couldn't have looked gloomier. The operation to hunt Han Fei was truly a huge loss. They could have caught the battle just now, but Yang Diyu stupidly insisted that Han Fei was still hiding back in the sea prairie. They tried to pass the wall of seaweed for days, until the scourge of worms burst out. They lost a few men, and they failed to pass the wall. After they came out, they learned that Han Fei had already emerged outside. So, they came as fast as they could, but the battle was already over by the time they arrived. Almost 60 boats, or whatever left of them, were floating on the sea, whipped by the tides. Some of them could barely be recognized now. The bottom of the sea was even gorier. The bodies of many people had nothing but bones left, because of the carnivorous fish. It was horrible. Young master, this man must have found a great treasure, or he couldn't have grown so strong so fast. Yang Diyu asked, "Sun Mu, are we chasing him or not? What if we can't beat him after we catch him?" Sun Mu glanced at him coldly. "Are you sure you can't beat him? Then you'd better give up already." His lips cramping, Yang Diyu said, "I'm chasing him because I want to." "It's not your business." Mo Fian licked her lips and said, "It's getting interesting. I'm more and more fond of him now." "Tsk, tisk." Yang Diyu shivered. "Hey, those you like are mostly dead now, aren't they?" Mo Fian glanced at him and asked, "Do you want me to like you too?" Yang Diyu. Sun Mu spoke to his men, "Go back to the dragon boat and tell everybody that Han Fei found extraordinary spiritual fruits and dozens of heaven-level battle techniques from the seaborne prairie, huh?" Sun Mu said casually, "Just tell them that." Yang Diyu muttered, "What a wicked man." Mo Fian heaved a sigh. "It's a shame that we lost the memory of that day, or we would at least know what happened back there in the end, and why we were the only 3 who got out." Sun Mu snorted, "We were out alive, probably because he was too scared of our senior's retaliations to kill us." After that, Sun Mu turned around and said, "I won't chase him anymore." Yang Diyu was stunned. "Really? You don't want the sea token anymore?" Sun Mu shook his head. The man just obtained treasures and killed so many people. He must be in his best state. I don't think he can be killed easily. We would only lose more of our men. Mo Fian smiled. "Then let's wait for him at the sea entrance stairs." "I don't believed that he would miss the sea entrance stairs since he has visited the seaborne prairie. 5,000 kilometers away, Han Fei was lying on the deck of the wind god boat. He cast the divine healing technique on himself and threw pills into his mouth as if they were candies. He got those healing pills from the sea-swallowing seashells of Sun Mu's team. They were quite effective, but looked too fancy for him. In the meantime, some boats passed by not far away, but none stopped. They didn't know that Han Fei was here, but they were still intimidated by the wind god boat, which was too splendid to be in the possession of an ordinary person. They speculated that a big shot must be taking a rest here. After another 3 hours, the cracks on Han Fei were finally gone, and his bones were reconnected. At this moment, Han Fei had finally reached the peak of his combat ability. An upper limit of 5,001 points of spiritual energy. So to speak, my limits have been improved again. It seems that I have to stay an intermediate dangling fisher a while longer. My spiritual heritage is level 5, low quality now. Do I count as a heavenly talent now? Han Fei realized that he probably didn't. Tengu had level 7 spiritual heritage at first before he was taken to the 1,000-star city, and he should be much stronger now. However, since many people in the level 3 fishery were from the 1,000-star city, Han Fei wondered if Tengu would come. He wondered whether he should keep upgrading his spiritual heritage or he should stabilize his conditions after he recovered. While Han Fei was leisurely enjoying the sea breeze, the enormous sun was setting on the horizon, and the sea was reddened by the afterglow. It was rather a magnificent scene. Crunch. Finishing the last healing pill, Han Fei was going to sit up and check if the third contractual spiritual beast had been created in the demon purification pot, when creepy laughter suddenly echoed all around him. Who? 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 Han Fei rose quickly and looked around. He sensed that the laughter was not too far away. Evil laughter? Evil shield? The specter? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei sailed the wind god boat to the source of the laughter, ready to sell his excessive sea-swallowing seashells. He had gathered 86 sea-swallowing seashells altogether. All the valuable items in them had been taken out by him. Of course, most of the items in them were worthless for him. But it might not be worthless for other people. For example, Han Fei was only interested in spiritual weapons, and he considered all the other weapons as burdens which could not hurt anyone even if they were detonated in the level 3 fishery. Besides, the sea-swallowing seashells were worth a fortune by themselves. Considering the price of the level 3 fishery, they might not be expensive. But they couldn't be cheap. The wind god boat rushed on. After 1,000 kilometers, Han Fei saw the most gigantic black ship. It was of a similar size to a dragon boat. Looking up to it, Han Fei felt that his wind god boat was just an ant, beautiful, but insignificant. However, the black ship wasn't really black. It was simply ragged. Very ragged. Han Fei saw all kinds of shells, conchs, barnacles, seaweeds, and stones on the surface of the ship. He even saw squids and crabs falling from the boat into the sea. He also saw dents and holes everywhere on the ship. Some of them had been tinkered with, but some were simply left unattended, as if they had completely given up on the ship. But simply to the dragon boat, the specter was protected by various arrays. However, after Han Fei studied them carefully, he found that, while the dragon Both was full of spiritual absorption arrays. What was carved on the spectre seemed to be killing arrays. Han Fei was lost for words. How can the spectre possibly sail on the sea with so many holes? And it can dive into the sea as a submarine? Also, with so many killing arrays installed, what kind of great war was this ship prepared for? When Han Fei took off on the wind god boat, he had a better view of the spectre. Different from the dragon boat, he found no people on the deck of this ship at all. The wooden floor in many places were broken. Black clothes were everywhere, either abandoned on the ground or hanging on the wall on the ship. Many white masks were hanging on the wall too, revealing nothing but 2 holes at the eye parts, which meant that it was impossible to have food on the spectre, because it would be impossible to open one's mouth. Another difference from the dragon boat was that there were no windows on this ship, but only doors. A door every couple of thousand meters led to the interior parts of the ship. The spectre was not as high as the dragon boat either. There were only 3 floors above the deck, topped by certain flags that looked like sails. Since this ship usually did not travel on the sea, those flags couldn't be sails, so they must be devices to make use of water currents under the sea. Shoot. A standard spectre for pirates. Han Fei was rather shocked, wondering if the people inside all wore pirate hats, or were one-eyed monsters with hook hands and octopus legs. After all, the captain of the ghost ships all had unconventional tastes. Han Fei didn't wait much longer, because he saw black spots on the horizon, who seemed to be other people ready to board on the spectre. When he approached the spectre, Han Fei recalled his boat and jumped on the deck. But he slipped and almost fell over, even though he was a dangling fisher. He looked down, only to see all kinds of conchs on the floor. He even saw crabs crawling not far away and an octopus waving its tentacles. What the heck is this? Han Fei picked up a black robe, only to be surprised. The robe was made of certain mystic sand and was rather heavy. As he waved the robe, the water in the robe was shaken off, and he put it on after it was completely dry. He also took a mask from the wall and put it on his face. Then, he wanted to complain about the design. Why didn't you leave a hole for my mouth in the mask? Even a small hole would have been better than nothing. After Han Fei was all set, he kicked away a fish that was hopping near his feet and walked to the ragged door that seemed to be nothing more than a few planks. However, standing at the door, Han Fei was stunned to find that, though the door seemed ragged on the outside, it seemed to have a hidden layer down below, and there was no gap on it. He intended to open the door, but he found no doorknobs. How should he get it? He tried pushing it, but the door was not moved at all when he used all his strength. Instead, the planks creaked so hard as if they were falling apart. Hello? Creak. When Han Fei knocked, the door was opened from inside, and Han Fei was greeted by another faceless man. Han Fei stepped in, and a low male voice came from under the faceless man's mask. How long are you going to stay? Han Fei thought for a moment. He probably wouldn't stay for long. He only had to sell his stuff and see if he needed anything before he left. So, he replied, 1 day. 1,000 mid-quality pearls, or anything of the same worth. Han Fei tossed 1,000 mid-quality pearls to a circle behind the man, who then gave him a glimmering badge with a number, 18198 on it. There was no telling if it was the total number of the passengers on the ship or what it meant. The faceless man said in a low voice, if you don't want to go, you can extend You stay by paying at any door an hour before you're supposed to go, or you will be banished. Han Fei slightly nodded. Are there any tour guides here? The faceless man didn't talk, but simply opened another door behind him, as if he were saying, go take a look for yourself. The specter was very quiet compared to the noisy dragon boat. Though Han Fei heard people talking, they were mostly regular conversations and didn't involve deals. Han Fei was lost for words after he entered the door. Not many people were here. They were sitting or standing in small groups every dozens of meters, selling items or talking to each other. Han Fei didn't see any stores here. The center of this ship seemed hollow. He could even hear the waves, as if the middle part of the ship was directly connected to the sea. Though there were another 3 floors over his head, water was dripping on his head now and then. In short, the specter was moist, dark, and creepy. The moment Han Fei entered, everybody within 100 meters glanced at him. The person closest to Han Fei, who was only 5 meters away, was looking at him while leaning against the wall of the cabin. Hey! Is this your first time here? Han Fei turned his head towards him. How did you know? The man's tone was relaxed. Han Fei could even sense the smile behind his mask. He said, the first thing you did after you came in was observe, and you seemed quite surprised and puzzled. So, why have you come to the specter? Han Fei smiled. Selling, shopping, just like everybody else. The man looked around. They're all selling stuff. I wonder, what are you selling? Anything good? After a brief hesitation, Han Fei replied, sea swallowing seashells, and miscellaneous items. Well, selling sea swallowing seashells at the specter, you must have killed a lot of people. This is indeed a convenient place to sell them. Do you have any legit goods other than them? Like high-quality spiritual weapons? Han Fei's lips cramped. High-quality spiritual weapons? How many people in the Level 3 fishery had high-quality spiritual weapons? The man said with a smile, it doesn't matter if you don't. In fact, barter is more popular here. Mid-quality pearls are useless, and carrying them can be very tricky. Do you want me to show you around? Han Fei asked, what's the price for your service? The price for my service? The man laughed in disdain. You think this is the dragon boat? I'm doing this just to make friends with you. Unmoved, Han Fei said calmly, you must be kidding. Everybody here is wearing a mask, and you're making friends? The man slightly shook his head. Fine. Let's be honest. Do you have high-quality spiritual weapons, ultimate materials, or battle techniques above the demon level? I'll take them. Of course, you're free to sell them to the specter, but their prices will be slashed by half, while the deals between us will only be charged a 20% commission fee. Han Fei was rather surprised. Could a random person that he met after entering a random door be so rich? High-quality spiritual weapons were definitely luxuries. One excellent magic level weapon was already worth 50,000 mid-quality pearls. What would a high-quality spiritual weapon cost? Han Fei asked, there are so many people on this ship. If they make deals in private, do they have to pay the commission? The man shrugged, you can try not paying, maybe you can fool them, but you'll be dead for sure if you're caught. You don't know who the spies on this ship are. Of course, you don't need to worry about that. We can split the commission charge if you have good stuff. Tilting his head, Hanfei asked the man, "What do you have for me?" The man narrowed his eyes and said, "Demon-level techniques, cultivation. Arts. I have everything you want." Hanfei simply turned around and walked away. He mumbled, "What a psycho." Stunned, the man caught up to him and said, "Hey. Don't go yet." "Are they not enough?" Hanfei complained, "I hate the snobbish braggers most. If you had these things, you would have sold them a long time ago. If you had everything, why would you peddle in this sh**full?" The faceless man paused and stopped chasing him. Deep in thought, he murmured, "Did I try too hard? Forget it. I'll wait for the next one." Gloomily, Hanfei strode in the huge and dark ship, and people proposed deals with him now and then. For example, a faceless man, sitting on the ground at the center of the cabin, asked hoarsely, "Young man, do you want anything?" Hanfei asked back, "How do you know that I'm a young man?" The man smiled casually, "From your gait, your speed, and your hands." Hanfei stopped and shrugged. He asked, "What do you have?" The man replied casually, "What do you want?" Hanfei thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. What can you offer?" The man presented a green fruit and said, "This is a venomous tulip from the seaborne prairie. It can keep you safe from all poisons." Hanfei's lips cramped. This man was remarkable. He knew the venomous tulip, but he didn't know that it existed in the seaborne prairie. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, the venomous tulip was an antidote fruit that grew up among thousands of venomous vines. Although it had no special effects, it was a top spiritual fruit in terms of antidote. He would be immune from all poisons in the level 3 fishery after he took it. Hanfei found it hard to believe. How could a random person that he ran into boast anything so precious? He asked, "How much is it?" The man snorted and said, "One high-quality spiritual sword, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, and 500,000 mid-quality pearls." Hanfei stepped back, lost for words. "Do I look so rich to you?" But the man replied casually, "The saber aura is magnificent in you. Your weapon must be better than high-quality spiritual swords. A man like you usually isn't short of money." Hanfei sneered. "The venomous tulip is great, but it's too expensive. Sorry. But you can wait for your next customer." Hanfei rejected the deal, because he didn't want to be ripped off. However, the man's proposition reminded Hanfei of something else. Tu was back on the dragon boat. He had bought most spiritual fruits for spiritual energy. There was only one antidotal spiritual fruit, and it wasn't effective. He did not expect that a special antidote spiritual fruit would be so costly. Hanfei kept walking. Ignoring other people's requests for a deal, he came to a place where people gathered. He saw hundreds of faceless people gathered here. He believed that the dealers here must be more reliable than those outside. However, when Hanfei approached, he found that it was actually an exchange facility. Yes, it was exactly a spacious exchange facility, except that its sign was unremarkable and could easily be ignored. The noises had grown louder before Hanfei entered the exchange. Someone shouted, "Mid-quality pearls for anything 10% cheaper than the exchange." Someone roared, "I'm bulk purchasing low-quality spiritual weapons." Someone was also holding a high-quality spiritual sword. "I'm exchanging this for only a high-quality demon-level art." Hanfei was puzzled. Why were they all peddling outside of the exchange? He asked a random person. The exchange is right before your eyes. Why do you not make deals there? Go away. Han Fei only got a yell for a response. The man did not seem to answer Han Fei's question at all. Frowning, Han Fei squeezed through the crowd and entered the exchange. He was surprised to find that there were tables and chairs inside the exchange, as though it were a restaurant or a pub, except that no food was supplied here. Many people were seated and seemed to be negotiating. On one of the walls, infinite signs were hanging. Every sign contained a lot of information. For example, mid-quality spiritual whip, with a price of 500,000 mid-quality pearls. Bloodvine fruit, to be exchanged for a demon-level low-quality technique. Crystal mystic stone, to be exchanged for a mid-quality spiritual sword. High-quality spirit-level saber, to be exchanged for a demon-level high-quality armor technique. Han Fei was shocked. This exchange was like an agency. All the treasures had been listed and were free to choose. The wall was 100 meters wide and 20 meters tall, with infinite items of information written on it. But Han Fei calculated it and found that it wasn't enough, which meant that there were more such exchanges on this ship. Not far away, there were several counters, and almost 30 faceless men were standing behind the counters, receiving the guests who made deals. There was another counter which was visited by groups of 2, and they were mostly submitting mid-quality pearls. Therefore, Han Fei realized that they must be paying taxes at the counter. After they made a deal in private, he slightly shook his head. Not that he didn't want to make personal deals with other people, but he had too many sea-swallowing seashells that contained an assortment of items. It would be tricky to sell them one by one. The Spectre, on the other hand, wouldn't ask or care about anything, even though their offer was lower. Seeing that even the high-quality spiritual weapons were available on the market, Han Fei didn't think that the master of the ship would covet his sea-swallowing seashells. Thinking about that, Han Fei walked to a counter. I would like to sell something. Do you buy them? The trader behind the counter nodded and said, we will buy anything, for half its original price. Han Fei said, I need someone to sort and count my goods. The faceless man who received Han Fei made a gesture, inviting him to a table inside the exchange. Han Fei was surprised. Right here? But the faceless man replied, right here. It will be fine. Frowning, Han Fei followed him. When he sat down in the chair, an invisible barrier rose around him, blocking all the sounds from the outside world. The faceless man on his opposite side said, the barrier is soundproof. You're free to talk now. What is it that you want to sell? Han Fei found the deal ridiculously informal. If he were going to sell something precious like the big red trunk, wouldn't everybody around see it? As if sensing Han Fei's confusion, the faceless man on his opposite side said, don't worry. What can happen even if others see your treasure? Nobody knows who you are. If you're scared of stalkers, we offer backdoor service. By paying 1,000 mid-quality pearls, you can leave through a private chamber. After that, nobody will be able to identify you. Han Fei was briefly stunned. That's only based on the presumption that the Spectre is absolutely fair, right? The faceless man nodded. Whoever comes to the Spectre trusts us. Something may happen to you on the dragon boat in the level 3 fishery, but nothing will ever happen on the Spectre. Slightly relieved, Han Fei grabbed a sea-swallowing seashell and asked, please appraise the sea-swallowing seashell. The faceless man was dazed. Just one sea-swallowing seashell? The deals we make here can't be lower than 500,000 mid-quality pearls. I don't think one sea-swallowing seashell will be enough. That being said, the man had picked up Han Fei's sea-swallowing seashell. Calculating with his right hand, he put the sea-swallowing seashell down gently 30 seconds later and said, "Most of the items inside are worthless. This sea-swallowing seashell is worth 200,000 mid-quality pearls. You will earn 100,000 mid-quality pearls if you sell it to us. Do you have anything else?" Han Fei looked around. He didn't think that anyone around would care about a sea-swallowing seashell. In fact, none of the people doing business on the Spectre seemed ordinary. They all had their own treasures. Han Fei took out another couple of sea-swallowing seashells and said, "Please appraise them too." 1 hour passed. The faceless man on Han Fei's opposite side was lost for words after he appraised the 80th sea-swallowing seashell. Although there was nothing particularly attractive in those sea-swallowing seashells, they were of higher and higher qualities. What Han Fei offered in the end even contained great magical materials and weapons. After the faceless man put down the 83rd sea-swallowing seashell, he stared at Han Fei and said, "Now, the total price is 40,120,000 mid-quality pearls. Which means that you can earn 20,060,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei slightly grimaced in regret. The loss was really huge. However, he knew that it was for the best to sell the sea-swallowing seashells to the Spectre, or he wouldn't have much chance selling it to anyone else. Because no guests in this place were short of sea-swallowing seashells. They were here for treasures, not garbage. Nodding with a smile, Han Fei said, "Deal. By the way, do you have any technique that can change your appearance?" The faceless man thought a moment and replied, "Yes, but it's only spirit level. It's worth 8 million. Pooh." Han Fei almost slapped him. "I've only earned 20 million after selling more than 80 sea-swallowing seashells, and you're charging 8 million for a spirit-level technique?" The faceless man explained, "There are too many dangerous people on this ship. Dozens of people ask for a technique that can change their look every day. Every time the Spectre sets sail. What I recommended is the best one to my knowledge." Han Fei was lost for words. "The best one is only spirit level?" The man said, "Face-changing techniques aren't rare, but most of them can only disguise your face by altering your facial muscles or adding illusions. They're mediocre. What I recommended can modify your aura and make you a completely different person." Han Fei shook his head. "No, I want something cheap. Just give me any of the cheap products you have." "Huh? Are you sure?" Han Fei nodded. "I'm very positive." Han Fei said to himself, "I'm certainly not going to let you take back my hard-earned money. Besides, with sufficient spiritual energy, I can always deduce a cheap technique and make it an excellent one." The faceless man said, "Okay. You can accept any level of techniques?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." After the transactions were completed, the faceless man made a gesture, and someone immediately came close. They talked a while, and the stuff was delivered in no more than 5 minutes. When the deal was over, Han Fei couldn't feel more comfortable. He had finally disposed of all of his baggage. In the end, he only got camouflage, a mystic-level mid-quality technique. He secretly complained about its price. It cost him 1 million mid-quality pearls. Even though it was just a mystic-level mid-quality technique. Han Fei thought that they had probably picked up this lowly technique from a random dumpster. But even so, Han Fei had obtained 19,060,000 mid-quality pearls. Together with the mid-quality pearls he looted from those sea-swallowing seashells, he was now rich with 25,600,000 mid-quality pearls. Damn. You really need to come to the level 3 fishery if you want to make a fortune. Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. When he got to the dragon boat, someone laid their eyes on him after he just earned no more than 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls. But here, he had completed a 10 million pearl deal with a random trader on the Spectre. The dragon boat was now purely garbage in Han Fei's eyes. Of course, Han Fei also wondered who was behind the Spectre. If the man was powerful enough to resist the pressure from the dragon boat, why would he make a living in the level 3 fishery? Unable to find out the answer, Han Fei simply dropped it. He had achieved the purpose for his visit to the Spectre. But since he had a truckload of money, he decided to go shopping and see what was available. Apart from everything else, he had to prepare a few hundred flash stones for himself. Though he already had dozens of flash stones in his sea-swallowing seashell, he couldn't have too many life-saving tools. If he was caught in a place like the wall of seaweed again, the stones would be very useful. Han Fei read the wall row by row, including the section of spiritual weapons. He already had handy spiritual weapons, but he kept an open mind and checked if there was anything more suitable. But after checking all of them, he did not find any spiritual weapon that suited him. Still, he spotted many spiritual fruits that were being sold. There were more than 500 of them. According to their function, the spiritual fruits could be classified as breakthrough spiritual fruits, which contain tremendous spiritual energy; antidote spiritual fruits, bodybuilding spiritual fruits, etc. Han Fei was rather surprised. After having more than 30 spiritual fruits on the dragon boat, he found that spiritual fruits were not as useful as he imagined. But still, spiritual fruits were still spiritual fruits. They could increase one's spiritual energy, poison resistance, and other aspects after they were taken. Here, most spiritual fruits could be purchased with mid-quality pearls. Only the few rare spiritual fruits were for barter exclusively. There was not a counter before this wall, but a few faceless men were standing next to the wall. Whoever wanted to make a deal would talk to them. Han Fei spoke to one of them. "I would like to buy all the spiritual fruits on the wall." "Huh? All of them?" Han Fei nodded. The spiritual fruits here were worth around 1,500 mid-quality pearls apiece on average. The better ones cost no more than 5,000, and there were only 3 with a price over 10,000 mid-quality pearls. One of them was a devil barrier fruit, which cost 50,000 mid-quality pearls. It was not expensive, because the spiritual fruit granted resistance against illusions, but Han Fei didn't know how effective it would be. Another one was the poison concentration grass, worth 80,000 mid-quality pearls. It was technically not a spiritual fruit but an edible seaborne grass. If anyone was poisoned, they could take the grass and concentrate the poison through it. Then, if they were capable enough, they could discharge the concentrated poison. This was for one-time usage. The last one was the heavenly spirit jujube, with a price of 500,000 mid-quality pearls. It was the most expensive one of all spiritual fruits available, because it could permanently improve the spiritual power of the taker. Han Fei didn't know how much it could improve, but he would happily pay for anything that could increase his spiritual power. But when Han Fei was about to pay, he found that the information of the heavenly spirit jujube was wiped out. He immediately shouted, "Hey! Hey! I ordered the heavenly spirit jujube. Why? Is it gone?" The faceless man said, "Someone was faster than you. The items that can permanently increase spiritual power are rare. They're usually sold within 100 seconds after they're listed." Han Fei raised his eyebrow. Who had just competed with him? But he said in a hurry, "Then please hurry up. I would like all the other spiritual fruits." The hall immediately fell quiet as everybody noticed that the spiritual fruits on the trading wall were all gone. Someone had bought dozens or hundreds of spiritual fruits at one time before. But none had ever purchased all of the spiritual fruits on the market. Someone was lost for words. Which fool has bought all the spiritual fruits? A faceless man rolled his eyes. That's too crazy, however rich they are. When Han Fei made the payment, everybody looked at him, wondering if they should rob him. Han Fei didn't bother them at all. He wouldn't miss the spiritual fruits here for the world. Of course, that was only his opinion. After all, nobody else could take spiritual fruits like candies like him without leaking any of the spiritual energy in them. Han Fei clicked his tongue. The 500 spiritual fruits cost him nearly 3 million mid-quality pearls, which was a high price. It must be noted that the regular spiritual fruits were only 800 on the dragon boat. But the price had been more than doubled here. However, Han Fei was still happy, because if he had bought so many spiritual fruits on the dragon boat, he would have been hunted by too many people after he left the boat. Taking over the spiritual fruits, Han Fei asked the staff, "How many exchanges are there on this ship?" The trader was stunned and thought, "Have you not bought enough? Do you want more?" But he was always happy to serve clients who were in need. He immediately replied, "There are 12 exchanges. You can visit all of them if you circle this floor." Han Fei nodded. "What about the 2 floors up above?" The trader didn't keep it a secret. "There's only 1 floor up above. The top floor is not open." "Okay, what's the upper floor for?" The trader introduced, "The place of intelligence. You can buy any intelligence you want in there. The intelligence might not be complete, but definitely more complete than that on the dragon boat." Han Fei slightly nodded in surprise. The specter was in the intelligence business too? How did it collect intelligence when it was alone? Even if it had sent spies to the dragon boats, how could it have gathered the information the spies sent? After all, any intelligence would expire after a certain amount of time. In any case, Han Fei decided to visit the other 11 exchanges first. But he paused after he left this exchange. Considering the number of spiritual fruits sold in this change, he would run out of money before he could buy out all the spiritual fruits in the 11 exchanges. Han Fei was lost for words. The specter was even more costly than the dragon boat. He had more than 20 million mid-quality pearls, but it was not even enough for him to do one complete circle of shopping. Calculating the mid-quality pearls he had, Han Fei spent 3 hours shopping in the other 11 exchanges. But instead of buying all the spiritual fruits, he only picked half of them. Even so, Han Fei only had 1,800,000 mid-quality pearls left after the shopping. He was rendered speechless by how costly shopping could be. Of course, the result was beyond imagination too. After the shopping, Han Fei had more than 4,600 spiritual fruits. During the 3 hours, everybody in the exchanges went crazy. They all learned that a magnate was shopping for spiritual fruits. All of them put their spiritual fruits on sale in the exchanges, hoping that Han Fei would acquire all of the spiritual fruits in one go. Alas, when the exchanges were laden by spiritual fruits, Han Fei stopped shopping. Those people were all mad. Since Han Fei did not intentionally hide himself, someone simply came to him and snapped, "Why do you not buy spiritual fruits anymore?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Is it your business?" They trembled in fear under their mask. Does this jerk not know that a commission is charged if they put an item on sale in the exchange? Someone threatened him, "Brat, you'd better not let me find out who you are, or I won't let you go." Blinking his eyes, Han Fei scratched his mask and tilted his head at them. "Good thing that you don't know who I am." Everyone. At this point, the person who sold the venomous tulip to Han Fei earlier came to him and spoke telepathically, "Do you still want the venomous tulip?" Stunned, Han Fei asked back, "You recognized me?" The man chuckled hoarsely. "With the overwhelming saber vibe inside you, I can barely miss you. If you don't drop that vibe, many people here will be able to distinguish you from others." Han Fei squinted. "To be honest, your venomous tulip is the best in all the 12 exchanges. But I don't have money for that now. You know how many things I've bought." The man said telepathically, "A high-quality spiritual saber, 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, and 200,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei was lost for words. "Though I like your spiritual fruit, your offer is only 300,000 mid-quality pearls lower than before. It's not much of a difference." The faceless man didn't know what to say as he thought to himself, "I've lowered my price by 300,000 mid-quality pearls, and that's still no different?" Seeing that the man was silent, Han Fei said secretly, "You refuse to make deals in the exchange, because you know that the venomous tulip is not worth that price. I admit that the venomous tulip is great, but normal people do not know that. Even if they do, they will not know if it's as valuable as it's described until they take it. Let's be honest. You can only get one mid-quality spiritual weapon and 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls if you sell the venomous tulip in the exchange. I don't think you can get any spiritual energy." Not hasty at all, Han Fei talked while he went to the entrance to the second floor. The man suddenly shouted, "Wait. 1 high-quality spiritual saber and 100 kilograms of spiritual spring energy." Han Fei shook his head. "I have a high-quality spiritual saber, but I only have 50 kilograms of spiritual spring energy. If you're okay with that, let's make the deal. If you don't, let's just drop it. I have plenty of spiritual fruits anyway." The faceless man said angrily, "But none of them are as good as the venomous tulip." Han Fei said with a smile, "But I have a lot of them." The man was lost for words. This guy did not seem in need of his spiritual fruit after shopping in 12 exchanges. He gritted his teeth and said, "Deal. We'll split the commission charge." A moment later, Han Fei was abjectly poor again after he left the exchange. This deal was bigger than he thought. He underestimated the value of a high-quality spiritual weapon in the level 3 fishery. That particular saber was from the armorist who attacked him a couple of days ago, but the spiritual spring and the mid-quality pearls were his own. 10% of the commission charge was almost 500,000 mid-quality pearls, which made him grimace. But the faceless man couldn't be feeling any better. He had asked for a million mid-quality pearls not because he needed the money, but because he wanted the buyer to cover the commission charge. Of course, Han Fei didn't really regret it. Though the venomous tulip and the spiritual spring were only worth 5 million mid-quality pearls in terms of price, they had other value. Those who knew the value of the venomous tulip generally couldn't afford it. And those who could would rather not pay such a high price just for a possibility. Han Fei was the only one who paid for such an extravagance. Because he thought that it was easy to make money in the level 3 fishery. In other people's eyes, he was just a spendthrift. Next to every exchange on the Spectre were stairs that were connected to the second floor. After Han Fei got to the second floor, he found that it was quite similar to the first floor, except that the exchanges were replaced by intelligence rooms. He wondered if there were 12 intelligence rooms here too. Instead of wandering around, he simply went to the nearest intelligence room. However, 2 faceless men blocked his way before he entered. To enter the intelligence room, you must pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls or anything of the same worth. Han Fei? He was lost for words. Why did he have to pay anywhere he went? The Spectre was making money much more ruthlessly than the dragon boat did. Having no choice, Han Fei could only pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Considering the ticket fee, he wondered if he had enough money to buy any intelligence. But after Han Fei paid, a faceless man gave him a fish skin and said, "This is some outdated intelligence. It's complimentary." Han Fei was surprised. That's so nice? It was the first benefit that he had since he boarded on the Spectre. Outdated intelligence was still intelligence. He wouldn't turn it down. Entering the intelligence room, Han Fei looked around and found many booths, each of which were guarded by a faceless man at the door. Han Fei asked someone randomly, "How do you sell intelligence? Please come in." The intelligence rooms were clearly more private than the exchanges were. Which was understandable, because intelligence was based on secrets. Han Fei and the faceless person sat down. Then, Han Fei heard a female voice. "What intelligence do you need?" Han Fei was about to ask for information on Xia Shaochan and his other friends, but then he thought that he'd better confirm if the intelligence here was reliable first. So, Han Fei asked, "I would like to know intelligence on Han Fei." Evincing no surprise, the person opened a small window behind her and spoke to someone on the other side of the window. After 10 seconds, she learned something and said to Han Fei, although Han Fei showed up nearby recently, "The price for intelligence on him has been increased from 500,000 mid-quality pearls to 5 million. Do you still want it?" 5 million? Han Fei's lips curled. How did he become so expensive? Wasn't he only worth 500,000 mid-quality pearls on the wanted list? Dumb. 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 When Han Fei wondered if he should ask, the window behind the faceless woman was knocked. After a minute, the faceless woman said to Han Fei weirdly, "Mr. Han Fei, you're very lucky. My superior said that it's interesting that you're asking about yourself. So, the intelligence on yourself will be free." Hiss. Han Fei rose quickly. "Do you know who I am?" The faceless woman smiled casually. "Don't panic. Do you still want to know?" Han Fei was shocked. Had he been recognized? Since the very beginning? What if anyone took advantage of that? He grew vigilant and was of a mind to leave the Spectre as quickly as possible. But with everything coming to this point, he could only sit down. After all, if they were malicious, they would have killed him before he went shopping in the exchanges. The faceless woman narrated calmly. Han Fei, male, 15, an intermediate, dangling fisher. Spiritual beast, unusual spirit swallowing fish. Contractual spiritual beast, an exotic mantis shrimp, presumably a legendary. 1. A legendary unknown creature. From Thug Academy, in Blue Sea Town. Under the administration of the Thug Academy. Anecdote 1. He first revealed himself by killing 3 experts of his level in one go at the black market on the dragon boat. As a beginner dangling fisher, he survived 4 peak-level dangling fishers and killed 2 others. Anecdote 2. After Anecdote 1, it is found that Han Fei was hunted by the Sun family from the Thousand-Star City because he acquired the sea token. Anecdote 3. Han Fei was hunted and surrounded and had to enter the Seaborn Prairie. He's presumed to be related to the disappearance of the Big Red Trunk and an agitator of the chaos in the Seaborn Prairie. Anecdote 4. Days ago, he killed more than 100 dangling fishers 20,000 kilometers from the Seaborn Prairie. Someone called him Demon Han. Looking at Han Fei, the faceless woman said, after comprehensive evaluation, your ranking on the wanted list will be updated soon. It's estimated that you'll be among the top 5. Roman. On his opposite side, the faceless woman elaborated on Han Fei's intelligence, including both his life stories and the Spectre's suspicions and speculations on him. Han Fei was so shocked that he felt that his back was cold. Gulp. Seeing that Han Fei's eyes were almost popping out, the faceless woman said calmly, don't worry. There are rules on the Spectre. As long as you're here, whatever you did and acquired in the past is none of our business, and we will not do anything to you. Han Fei's heart was racing. After a long time, he finally struggled to say, anybody can pay 5 million mid-quality pearls for my intelligence? The faceless woman nodded. Naturally, as long as they have the money. But you are so valuable mostly because of the sea token you carry. Excluding the sea token, your intelligence would probably only be worth 1 million mid-quality pearls. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. 1 token was worth 4 of him? He was quite startled by the intelligence on the Spectre. Since they weren't doing anything after knowing that he had the sea token, it meant that the master of this ship simply didn't care about it. By the same logic, if they couldn't be tempted even by the sea token, it would mean that the Spectre was indeed the safest place in the level 3 fishery. Just like they said. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how much is the intelligence on the sea token? He thought that, if the Spectre was so awesome, did they know anything about the sea token too? The faceless woman spoke to the person behind the window for a moment. Then she turned around to Han Fei. Intelligence on the sea token is worth 20 million mid-quality pearls. Would you like it? Pooh. Han Fei nearly fell over. I shopped in 12 exchanges and bought more than 4,000 spiritual fruits with 20 million mid-quality pearls, and you're selling 1 piece of intelligence for the same price? He immediately shook his head quickly. He would be crazy to pay 20 million for an answer that he would inevitably find out later anyway. He quickly asked about something else. What about Xia Xiaochan? The 32 RD place on the wanted list? The faceless woman communicated a while longer, before she turned to Han Fei. The intelligence on Xia Xiaochan is worth 1 million mid-quality pearls. Deal. Wait, can you help me look for intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu, Lu? Renquang and Luo Xiaobai? This was not the time to save money. Since the level 3 fishery was too dangerous, Han Fei thought that he should try to gather his team. After they were gathered, they could go anywhere they wanted. However, a moment later, the faceless woman returned with only 2 jade slips. We only have intelligence on Xia Xiaochan and Zhang Xuanyu. The other 2 have nothing special, so there's no intelligence on them. How much is the intelligence on Zhang Xuanyu? The faceless woman said casually, only 200,000. Han Fei was lost for words. Zhang Xuanyu was incompetent. He was only worth 200,000 after such a long time? But he was still better than Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, who were unknown. Han Fei wondered where they could be. Seeing that it would only cost 1,200,000 mid-quality pearls, Han Fei made the payment quickly, but he was bankrupt after that. He had spent up all the mid-quality pearls he looted and earned. He wondered if Old Bai would kick the bucket in fury after he told the man that he spent more than 20 million in only a couple of hours. Han Fei was about to go, when he thought of something else and asked, how much is the intelligence on Sun Mu, Mo Fian, and Yang Diu? I only want their intelligence in the level 3 fishery. Nothing else. The faceless woman nodded and quickly communicated through the window. Then she reported, if you only want their intelligence in the level 3 fishery, it will be cheap, because they haven't been hiding. It's only 1 million. Han Fei realized that it was indeed not a high price. 3 of them combined were not even 1/5 of his price. They were just garbage. Han Fei asked, I would like it. By the way, what's your price for spiritual stones on the Spectre? I've run out of mid-quality pearls. The faceless woman was stunned. Did you say spiritual stones? Han Fei confirmed, yes, spiritual stones. The faceless woman sat back. Outside, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Their prices vary according to their quality. But here on the Spectre, 1 low-quality spiritual stone can only be exchanged for about 5,000 mid-quality pearls, depending on the quality of your goods. Han Fei frowned. Why were the low-quality spiritual stones so valuable when they each only contained slightly more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy? He couldn't help but ask, can you tell me more about the spiritual stones? Few people in the level 3 fishery knew spiritual stones. He only knew the spiritual stones from the demon purification pot, not from any book. He usually considered the spiritual stones as a source of spiritual energy, and nothing else, but now that he learned the exchange rate of the stones, he felt that there was something more to them. The faceless woman talked to the window again and said to Han Fei, the information on the spiritual stones is only worth 500,000 mid-quality pearls. You can take your time and read it through. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. The Spectre was really good, but it was really costly. They even charged money for popularization of knowledge. That was too greedy. Eventually, after paying 280 low-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei acquired the information on Sun Mu's team and on the spiritual stones. When he made the payment, Han Fei moped for his poorness. But the faceless woman said casually, intelligence seems expensive, but it's actually much more valuable than its price for the right person. Han Fei snorted, giving a silent agreement. The good thing was that he had got everything he wanted. If he had taken out spiritual stones on the dragon boat, he probably couldn't have gotten away. The faceless woman said, please follow me. You've spent more than 30 million mid-quality pearls on the Spectre today. In case anyone wants to try something, please exit via the secret passage. The secret passage of the Spectre was like a sewer system, dark, narrow, and badly conditioned. There was no telling where it led to. The faceless woman said, "Just go down the passage. Every door that has the engraving of a madman is an exit. However, please try to contain the saber vibe in you. It's too intense." Hanfei was briefly stunned. Another person had pointed out the saber aura in him. But why couldn't he feel anything? He did not consider it a big deal. Even if he did, he would not know how to hide it at all either. What Hanfei could do was try to make himself as peaceful as an ordinary person. Son. He did not completely trust the faceless woman either. Who knew what was inside the passage? So, he specifically spoke to Hexagon Starfish. Telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are there barriers here? Can I get out with a flash stone?" The Hexagon Starfish, who had been pretending to be a weakling, replied, "I don't smell any barriers. If we run into any, I can break them." Hearing what the Hexagon Starfish said, Hanfei nodded and went into the narrow and long passage. After about 5 kilometers, Hanfei finally saw the first door that had the engraving of a madman. But the hideousness of the engraving rendered him speechless. The so-called madman was actually a bearded, half-naked, brawny man with ferocious eyes. He was holding giant axes in his hands, as if he were ready to cut any visitor apart. "This is so ugly." Hanfei did not choose the first exit. According to the faceless woman, there seemed to be a lot of doors with madman engravings. He decided to be more random about it. In the meantime, Hanfei spoke to the Hexagon Starfish, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, give me a 6-gate array." The Hexagon Starfish replied, "It's safe here." Hanfei said, "But it might not be safe after we get out. I spent too much money today. Someone may be tailing me." Something wriggled on his shoulder, and an invisible array was cast on Hanfei. Hanfei couldn't help but remark, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, your array is so much better than mine. How long have you studied it?" The Hexagon Starfish said, "I never studied it, I'm naturally capable of it." Hanfei was too angry to talk. Was this the benefit of heritages? He had read the Spirit Gathering scripture for a year, but he hadn't quite figured out arrays yet. The Hexagon Starfish, on the other hand, was capable of it without any learning. He didn't know what to say. About half an hour later, when Hanfei reached the 9th door with the madman engraving, he finally walked out. There was not an aisle behind the door. He found himself at a corner in a cabin after he exited the passage. Nobody was around. Hanfei secretly took a breath of relief. He looked back and mumbled at the door, "It's really ugly." After several hundred meters, Hanfei said to the Hexagon Starfish, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, let me tell you, forget about the shiny garbage. Take me to more treasure troves when you're free. If we work together, we can explore any place in the level 3 fishery, can't we?" Hexagon Starfish are all cowards. Is there any point in saying that to it? While Hanfei was trying to fool the Hexagon Starfish, someone chuckled hoarsely and casually from a corner. Instantly, Hanfei was having goosebumps. Had he been approached? Subconsciously, Hanfei took out the blood-drinking knife in a defensive posture. The guy was so close to him without alarming him, which indicated That the guy was very strong. Han Fei looked at the source of the sound and did find a faceless man in a corner. To Han Fei's surprise, the corner was not the one where he came out just now. It was not dark. He should have seen it even without his mental senses. However, he had neglected the corner just now. Han Fei asked warily, "Who are you?" In a low voice, the man chuckled and said, "I'm a faceless man." Frowning, Han Fei said, "I'm sorry, but I'm in a rush. I don't have time for chit-chat." But the man simply laughed and said, "What are you rushing for? Are you worried that I'll eat you? You have the smell of the big red trunk." "Well, I haven't smelled it since a long time ago." Paused, Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. "What do you want?" "Sit." Seats were non-existent on the Spectre, and it was damp everywhere. However, none of the guests cared. They had formed the habit of sitting on the ground. Han Fei's critical weakness had been pointed out. He had plenty of the big red trunk left, but he had sold the spiritual stones without revealing the big red trunk. Yet, this guy pointed it out casually. How could Han Fei not be shocked? After a pause, Han Fei sat down on the faceless man's opposite side. "What now?" The faceless man smirked. "You want to kill me? Don't worry. I'm not interested in the big red trunk, not as much as in you. You're even sturdier than a peak-level dangling fisher. How did you manage it?" Han Fei snorted. "By luck." The man laughed. "Thousands of people are looking for luck, but none of them are as sturdy as you." "Fine. I'm too lazy to interrogate you." "You said something was ugly just now." "What's ugly?" Naturally, Han Fei couldn't speak the truth. So he simply said, "I was talking about the mask." But the man shrugged and said, "You were saying that the madman engraving is ugly, weren't you?" Han Fei was stunned again. "You came from the secret passage too?" The man grimaced. "Of course. And I agree with you. You may find it hard to believe, but I tried to modify that engraving by creating a better replacement. I sold it to the Spectre, but they didn't take it." Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you a psycho? Who do you think you are? Do you expect them to just take everything you sell?" However, Han Fei's face did not betray himself. He said casually, "Then why don't you keep creating? Maybe you can meet the requirements of the Spectre someday." The man said, "Why don't you draw me one? I can try selling it for you." Han Fei said coldly, "Do I look like I have nothing better to do?" The man was rather choked. "I don't know about you, but I have nothing to do. I'm too lazy to go to the sea. I'm nothing better than a salty fish now." Han Fei said, "Why don't you keep being a salty fish while I take my leave first?" The man scoffed. "Draw it, my friend. I've calculated it, boy. You have disaster coming to you." As he spoke, the man took out a brush and a fish skin. Speechlessly, Han Fei stared at the man, wondering what kind of freak he had possibly run into. However, freakish as the man was, Han Fei didn't think that he was an ordinary person. Actually, he found that few guests on the Spectre were ordinary. They were mostly great experts. Perhaps, the great experts thought differently from ordinary people. It's like the geniuses always did things that other people couldn't understand. Accepting the brush, Han Fei doodled, and after no more than 100 seconds, a one-eyed skull with a red ribbon above and two pirate swords below appeared on the fish skin. Yes, Han Fei had copied the standard symbol of pirates. But it didn't matter. Since it was just a painting, he didn't consider it a big deal. The faceless man exclaimed and said, "Interesting. Boy, you're suitable for ghost boats." Han Fei smiled in disdain. "I don't have time for ghost boats." The man chuckled. "Forget it. You're too paranoid. Let me see. You have trouble with women." Pooh. Han Fei almost slashed his knife at the faceless man's head. "I thought you were someone awesome, but you're telling me that I have trouble with women?" Lost for words, Han Fei rose. "I've just calculated something about you too." "Oh?" Tilting his head, Han Fei said, "According to my calculation, you are a salty fish without dreams. You have trouble with salty fish." The faceless man shook his head. Naughty. When Han Fei turned around, something was suddenly thrown to him. Han Fei subconsciously picked it up, only to find that it was a scroll of fish skin. The faceless man laughed and said, "If you're in trouble someday, open this scroll, and it may save your life." Han Fei thought to himself, "Is he a psycho?" He was about to throw the scroll away, but it seemed inappropriate to drop it in front of the man. So, he put the scroll into Forge the Universe and said, "Thank you. I hope you can keep enjoying your salty fish life." He turned around and did not want to stay. Though surprised at the man's strength, he was also scared of the man's unpredictability. Who could tell what was on the man's mind? Han Fei did not stay on the specter much longer. Though there might still be plenty of opportunities, he was absolutely penniless at this point, without even a single mid-quality pearl. Behind Han Fei, the faceless man secretly smiled and closed the fish skin on the ground. Then he mumbled, "What a monster." When Han Fei left the specter, many people happened to be coming to the ship. And he met 5 or 6 people head-on. However, because Han Fei was wearing a black robe and a mask, they did not notice him. When nobody was around, Han Fei quickly took off his clothes and mask and then jumped directly into the sea. Although, in theory, he overthrew many people with force, there were so many strong masters on the ghost ship. He didn't want to be recognized so quickly. Even if he could beat them, he had no time to fight them. Now he had something more important to do than fight. At dawn, thousands of kilometers away, a red fishing boat galloped on the sea, which was as fast as a red beam of light on the sea. Someone saw this fishing boat, but no one paid attention to it. Most people thought it was a ghost speed divine boat. A few people knew that this was not a ghost speed divine boat because its speed seemed a bit faster than the former. Because of the ship, no one dared to mess around with Han Fei. 10,000 kilometers away, Han Fei sat on the fishing boat with several jade slips in front of him. However, at this moment, Han Fei wasn't looking at the jade slips, but sat cross-legged, surrounded by spiritual energy, and guarded by 9 tails. After a moment. Owner, Han Fei. Level 36, Intermediate Dangling Fisher. Spiritual Energy 128,526, 5001. Spiritual Heritage, Level 5, High Quality, Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang. Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 30. Weapons, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, Water Dividing Seal, Blood Drinking Knife. Main Art, Void Breaking Technique, Volume 4 of Void Fishing, Demon Level. Divine Quality. As the saying went, sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Upgrading the spiritual heritage was extremely important. After his Spiritual heritage was upgraded to level 5 high quality. It couldn't be upgraded any longer, but it was a level higher than before. For some reason, he felt that his body seemed to be getting lighter. Although it was not obvious, he felt that something had changed in him. However, the effect of spiritual heritage was not that obvious and could only be reflected slightly during cultivation. Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the growth of his spiritual heritage. Now he had collected 5 creatures in the demon purification pot whose strength was quite strong. If he fused them, he might get a creature no weaker than 9 tails or little gold, possibly even stronger. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In the demon purification pot, an exotic iron wall shrimp, a mysterious mutant devil fish, an exotic millennium snapper, an exotic mutant snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, and the 5th was the timid, divine seaweed octopus. Han Fei silently said, "Fuse." After a few seconds, the demon purification pot had no response, and Han Fei said again, "Fuse." F***CK. Is the pot broken? Fuse. Han Fei waited for a long while, but the demon purification pot had no response. And he suddenly noticed that in the gray mist, the millennium snapper was shattering and gradually faded away. Han Fei frowned. The millennium snapper is gone? Why? Suddenly, Han Fei shook his head. The millennium snapper was actually a human. Could it be that the demon purification pot found out? So he still lacked an ocean creature? Okay, I'll just find another one. The fishery is so big and is full of different creatures. I've got enough time. He grabbed a jade slip. The first person he thought of was Xia Xiaochan, who seemed the most dangerous. Xia Xiaochan's ranking on the wanted list was even higher than him. And she had a short temper. Even Han Fei couldn't handle her when she was pissed off. And when she got crazy, she was a real time bomb. Her combat power index soared geometrically, which was not something ordinary people could handle. Han Fei looked at the jade slip, sometimes shocked, sometimes surprised, sometimes angry, and sometimes relieved. The records on the jade slip were detailed, saying that Xia Xiaochan fought for treasure with others in the Death Cave. A total of 34 people entered the cave, but only Xia Xiaochan and one other person came out. However, when the other person came out, he went crazy. And when Xia Xiaochan came out, she summoned and fused with her giant arowana and fought like crazy. After killing 28 enemies, she was severely wounded but managed to flee. Han Fei frowned when he saw that she was severely injured. He knew that after Xia Xiaochan went crazy, she would be weak for a period of time, during which her strength would be reduced a lot and she could be vulnerable. Fortunately, she escaped. But people were very curious about her giant arowana. Unlike in the town, people in the level 3 fishery were more knowledgeable. Some people said that they had read about a giant arowana in ancient books. It was a very powerful ocean creature from the unknown place, which was not something ordinary people could own. Based on this, the ghost ship speculated that Xia Xiaochan had an unknown exotic bloodline. In addition to the spiritual heritage, the jade slip also introduced Xia Xiaochan's background, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and other information about her. And the last piece of information surprised Han Fei the most. Xia Xiaochan was forced to enter the undersea city, suspected of having obtained a divine weapon. Yes, the news that Han Fei got before was that Xia Xiaochan had appeared near the undersea city. However, the information given by the specter was that Xia Xiaochan was forced to hide in the undersea city, which was why Han Fei was anxious. After reading the information about Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei frowned. Then, he quickly turned his eyes to the jade slip about Zhang Xuanyu. It read, Zhang Xuanyu, male, 15 years old, a junior, dangling fisher. Spiritual beast, bloodthirsty shark. Contractual spiritual beast, gold water silkworm. Background Thug Academy in the Blue Sea Town, the Thousand-Star City. Events: when Zhang Xuanyu first came to the level 3 fishery, he went into the flowstone pit by mistake and was subdued by the strong to do mining in the flowstone pit. Later, because he led the oppressed dangling fishers to rise up in revolt, he was almost killed. A murderous gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes when he read this. Almost killed? No. If Zhang Xuanyu was killed, Han Fei could be sure that the four of them would definitely destroy the place called Flowstone Pit. Fortunately, it recorded that Zhang Xuanyu was rescued by someone and then he blew up the Flowstone Pit and led 37 people to resist the oppression. In the end, he robbed the strong masters in the Flowstone Pit and fled. According to records, 26 of the people led by Zhang Xuanyu died, and the remaining 11 escaped and disappeared. It was said the last time he showed up, he was around 80,000 kilometers near the abyssal chasm. Han Fei felt his heart miss a beat. Zhang Xuanyu had been out of luck. Even his direction of escape was the abyssal chasm that he had been looking for. Han Fei thought he should go to the abyssal chasm as soon as possible. Zhang Xuanyu alone probably couldn't survive a horrible place like the abyssal chasm. What made Han Fei helpless was that Zhang Xuanyu was too far away from him. The real distance between the abyssal chasm and where he was now was almost 200,000 kilometers. This meant that it would take him 4 days to the place where Zhang Xuanyu disappeared even if he steered the wind god boat forward without a wink of sleep. According to the information, Zhang Xuanyu was supposed to be being hunted, so it was impossible for him to stay in place for 4 days. For this reason, Han Fei immediately flipped through the minutes of exploring the abyssal chasm that Yang Ruoyun gave him. After a while, Han Fei sighed. It wasn't that Yang Ruoyun lied to him. This time, she really didn't lie to him. It was just that the records in this book were too complicated and even contained the hundreds of years of exploration history of the abyssal chasm. According to the records, the dangerous places around the abyssal chasm had covered 50,000 kilometers. There were no less than 10 open secret realms and no less than 50 hidden secret realms. The point was that the abyssal chasm was said to be extremely dangerous. Even if he went there, it was a question whether he could find Zhang Xuanyu, let alone helped him. Han Fei sighed. Yu. It's not that I don't want to help you, but that the place you chose is too dangerous. Even I dare not go there. Why did you run there? After reading the information of the two, Han Fei did not immediately digest the gains from the ghost ship but ran directly in the direction of the undersea city. In theory, Zhang Xuanyu was more dangerous and his ability to escape would not be as great as Xia Xiaochan. However, Han Fei remembered that when Zhang Xuanyu was still a fishing master, he had drifted from other towns to the Blue Sea Town. Although Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to be strong, the fact that he could enter the Thug Academy had proven his strength. To put it bluntly, Zhang Xuanyu was a genius, so far the only guy who had grown to this day based on the combat skills he created by himself. On the way Han Fei read the intelligence on the Sun Mu trio. He had already doubted that Mo Fian and Yang Diu were not Sun Mu's helpers. It was just that they seemed to have reached some sort of agreement beforehand. He just read the information about Sun Mu. As for the other two people, Han Fei had a feeling that their purpose was not him. After reading the jade slip about Sun Mu, Han Fei was speechless. The information rated Sun Mu highly. The records only mentioned that Sun Mu came to the level 3 fishery for cultivation and had a dispute with Han Fei. Therefore, the Sun family had been hunting Han Fei. The information cleverly avoided mentioning the real reason that the Sun family chased Han Fei, and did not mention any information about the sea token. The information mentioned that the Sun family was a large family of the Thousand-Star City and was deeply rooted in the level 3 fishery, and there were Sun family people almost on every dragon boat. Han Fei thought that most of the people living on the top floors of dragon boats were probably from big families. Therefore, there were definitely not just people from the Sun family, but also many people from other large families. The information described how the Sun family chased Han Fei and emphasized that the Sun family had lost nearly 20 peak-level dangling fishers because of this hunting action. Even Han Fei was surprised at this number. When did I kill so many people? I remember there only being 7 or 8 people who were really killed by me. Did they lay the blame on me for those guys who became fish? When Han Fei continued to read, his face became even darker. Sun Mu actually announced a few days ago that Han Fei had obtained many divine weapons, treasure, spiritual fruits, and dozens of heaven-level combat skills in the sea grassland. F***CK. Han Fei was speechless. This was sheer fabrication. Did this guy try to make people believe that he was a mobile treasure house? However, he immediately frowned. If this was the case, then there would be no ordinary people who might hunt him down. Then, if anyone still dared to chase him down, these people were definitely the strongest. In the previous battle, he slaughtered so many strong masters and killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers on the spot. Han Fei could predict that those who would chase him in the future would all be peak-level dangling fishers. The asterisk starred, next time I meet you, you'll be dead meat. The records also mentioned that Sun Mu had arranged for his men to go to the undersea city. Han Fei's face turned darker. This little B asterisk starred was too sinister. If he already knew about Xia Xiaochan, then he probably also knew about Zhang Xuanyu's relationship with him. Han Fei could guess his plan, which was to catch them and then use them to threaten him to hand over the sea token. Buzz. Han Fei accelerated the wind god boat to its fastest speed. He didn't have enough time now. For others, there was no difference today. However, for him and his companions, this difficulty level had been greatly improved. The information did not mention that Xia Xiaochan's strength had improved. That was to say, she was still a junior dangling fisher. In this case, unless Xia Xiaochan went crazy, she had almost no chance to confront peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei steered the wind god boat forward at full gallop. On dragon boats, someone had spent a lot of money to adjust the wanted list. Among them, the change that had received the most attention was that Han Fei now ranked 3rd on the list. The sea grassland was actually not close to the undersea city, and the distance was about 150,000 kilometers. Even if the wind god boat kept sailing without stopping, it would take more than 2 days to reach the latter. In the past 2 days, Han Fei consumed hundreds of thousands of points of spiritual energy, and never stopped for a moment. During the period, he read the information about spiritual stones. It turned out that spiritual stones were actually not uncommon. The reason that it was not popularized in the level 3 fishery was that they were not supposed to be used in the level 3 fishery. Spiritual stones could be said to be a kind of currency or energy. Mid-quality. Pearls with strong purchasing power could barely be used in dragon boats, but on the ghost ship, they were the most basic unit of currency. According to the information, spiritual stones could serve as a high-level currency even on dragon boats. Only then did Han Fei know why this information was valuable. It was not because the introduction of spiritual stones was valuable, but this material introduced the currencies used in the unknown place. In the unknowable place, people usually used high quality and extra quality pearls, and extra quality pearls were almost equivalent to low quality spiritual stones. This was why the exchange rate of low quality spiritual stones and mid quality pearls was so high. From the prices, you could measure a place. It could be guessed from the information of spiritual stones that the difficulty level of the unknown place was probably much higher than that of the level 3 fishery. Otherwise, how could a rare thing like spiritual stones become a currency there? Since it was a currency, no matter how valuable it was, in a sense, it was a common commodity for everyone. It was just that each person owned different amounts of them due to their difference in ability. Han Fei couldn't imagine how dangerous the unknown place was if even spiritual stones had become a common commodity there. After all, benefits were always linked to risks. However, Han Fei didn't intend to waste his spiritual stones anymore. He might as well rob a few more people. Anyway, judging from the current situation, even if he didn't want to rob anyone, people would come to rob him. After a day and a half, Han Fei stopped the ship. It wasn't because the wind god boat consumed too much spiritual energy, but he was thinking that after he arrived in the undersea city, he would face the chase from strong fishers again. Therefore, before that, he needed to deduce the camouflage art first. Camouflage art, mystic level mid-quality, remarks a camouflage technique created based on the camouflage abilities of marine life. In a static state, it can fool most people's vision. Disadvantage, too low-leveled, no effect in the face of spiritual perception. Deduced art, psychedelic art. Consumed spiritual energy in deduction 0/30,000. When Han Fei saw the spiritual energy to be consumed in this deduction, he smiled. He hadn't encountered this kind of low-level technique that only needed 5 digits of spiritual energy to deduce for a long time. Deduce. It only took about 10 minutes and a new technique was deduced. Psychedelic art, spirit level mid-quality. Remarks according to the psychedelic ability of marine creatures, disguise yourself and exude psychedelic characteristics to the outside world. Disadvantage, it is almost ineffective to spirit gatherers. Deduced art, illusion art. Consumed spiritual energy in deduction 0/100,000. Huh? Han Fei froze for a moment. Almost ineffective on spirit gatherers? The next moment, he took a tumble. All spirit gatherers had practiced pupil spell, so they could see through the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and it was not difficult for them to see through this psychedelic characteristic. After all, this was not an illusion. He performed another deduction, and this psychedelic art became ecstasy art, a spirit-level divine quality technique. But the disadvantage was still that the impact on spirit gatherers was not great, so Han Fei continued to deduct it twice. In the end, Han Fei deduced the mystic-level mid-quality camouflage art into a demon-level divine quality. Thousand Faces technique. Although Han Fei could continue to deduce it, it was no longer necessary. Thousand Faces technique, demon-level divine quality. Remarks: the technique was created by combining the characteristics of thousands of oceanic psychedelic creatures. It can change various parts of the body by controlling the way the spiritual energy flows in the body. Disadvantage: unable to control bone changes. Deduced art, not applicable. Consumed spiritual energy in deduction, 0/1 million. Han Fei didn't want to continue the deduction, although he had enough spiritual energy to continue to deduce the Thousand Faces technique. Once a demon-level technique becomes a heaven-level one, its difficulty becomes completely different. These were two completely different realms. Han Fei was afraid that once it was deduced, he would have to spend a lot of time practicing it, so the current one was the best choice. Jiang Tong was a peak-level dangling fisher and was used to being a loner. At this moment, he was cursing, "Damn it, what happened in the undersea city? How come so many people suddenly appeared?" Jiang Tong had not landed on a dragon boat for 2 months. Before that, he discovered a secret realm, from which he made a fortune, gaining a heaven-level combat skill and a high-quality spiritual stick without a spirit sealed in it. He was overjoyed. However, he just came out of the secret realm and ran into 3 peak-level dangling fishers and 2 advanced dangling fishers head-on. This almost scared him out of his pants. As a result, he was chased away. If it weren't for the fact that he was used to being a loner and his spiritual beast, Golden Water Snake, was extremely fast, he might have been dead now. But who could have expected that he would encounter 3 waves of people along the way? Except for the first wave of people, there were peak-level dangling fishers in the other waves. Jiang Tong gritted his teeth. It seems that I can no longer stay in the undersea city. I should change places quickly. Go to Valley of 10,000 Smokes, yes. However, Jiang Tong had just taken out his fishing boat, only to see a red light on the sea swish over. Ghost speed divine boat? F***CK. Jiang Tong was so scared that he put away the fishing boat, dove into the water, and swam desperately to the bottom of the sea. He almost burst into tears. In the level 3 fishery, there were only a few people who could afford ghost speed divine boat. This kind of person was F***King rushing towards him. If he didn't run away, he would be dead meat. Although he was a peak-level dangling fisher, he was simply no match for this kind of person who was either from a powerful family or extremely talented. Jiang Tong hurriedly fused with his spiritual beast and ran as quickly as he could. He was very regretful. He hadn't been to a dragon boat for long and had used up all his flash stones. This time, he definitely wouldn't begrudge money anymore and buy as many flash stones as he could. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. He had intended to catch someone and ask for information, but this guy's reaction was fast and he jumped into the sea in the blink of an eye. A peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei saw that after that person fused with his spiritual beast, he abruptly accelerated, causing seawater to rise tens of meters high. So even if he was not a peak-level dangling fisher, he must be at least an advanced dangling fisher. Swish. The wind god boat was put away. Attach. As Little Gold attached to Han Fei, he had wings on his back and dove into the water. Following the watermarks, he quickly pursued that person. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was not that of an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher at all. Whether in physique, strength, or speed, he had undergone thorough changes after he made a breakthrough in the indestructible body art. In the water, a golden-red phantom was as fast as lightning, chasing the cyan light ahead. As a peak-level dangling fisher, the guy's speed was terrifyingly fast. At this moment, Han Fei could be sure that the man in front was definitely one of the strongest peak-level dangling fishers, because his speed was at least 30% faster than the average peak-level dangling fisher. If it weren't for little gold, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with this guy. After about 30 minutes, Han Fei finally caught up with that man and was only a kilometer away from him. Jiang Tong almost cried. F***ck. What did I do wrong? I am just a lone treasure hunter. I just happened to pass by. Why did you do this to me? Seeing that Han Fei was only 500 meters away, Jiang Tong suddenly gritted his teeth and threw 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons at Han Fei. Bam! 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 Han Fei was speechless. I haven't done anything to you yet. Why did you explode your own weapons? And exploded 2 at the same time? Swish! A glint of a blade cut the water in half, and the turbulent seawater and powerful impact energy of the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons were cut in half by Han Fei's slash. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. What? I exploded 2 of my mid-quality spiritual weapons and didn't even slow you down for a second? Then he saw a boy landing 100 meters away, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. They looked at each other, blinking. Jiang Tong was shocked. Are you only an intermediate dangling fisher? How is that possible? Han Fei chuckled. Hey! Why did you run when you saw me? Jiang Tong's face changed and his mind was racing. Who is this person? He, only an intermediate dangling fisher, owns a ghost speed divine boat, is even faster than me, and blocked the impact energy of the explosion of 2 mid-quality spiritual weapons with a single slash? Jiang Tong didn't know the real strength of Han Fei, but he was sure that he should never take Han Fei as an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. Otherwise, he would be killed. Jiang Tong said timidly, May I ask who you are? Why are you chasing me? At the bottom of the sea, Jiang Tong went into combat mode, holding a high-quality spiritual weapon in his hand, and at the same time a set of combat armor was condensed over his body. Han Fei cast a surprised glance at him. It was the first time he saw someone in combat armor. And this combat armor turned out to be a high-quality spiritual weapon. However, Jiang Tong's chubby body didn't fit in this combat armor. It must not have been his own. Han Fei put away his knife and looked at Jiang Tong curiously. You are quite strong. Can I ask you some questions? Jiang Tong's pupils constricted slightly. He guessed right. This person was by no means simple. Facing him, he not only had no fear, but also didn't even take him seriously. Jiang Tong resisted the urge to attack and said with a dark face, Yes? Han Fei continued, Now that you are so strong, do you know any information about Xia Xiaochan? Jiang Tong was taken aback. Who is Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei was stunned. Don't you know who she is? Should I know? Han Fei was silent for a moment. How long have you not been in contact with other people? Jiang Tong answered in surprise, 2 months. Why do you ask me this? Han Fei. Han Fei waved his hand. Forget it. Well, I'm done asking questions. Can I exchange something with you? Jiang Tong's heart suddenly missed a beat and he said with a dark look, no, I have my weapons and combat armor protecting my life. Even if you kill me, I won't exchange them with you. Han Fei shrugged. I don't want your sword and combat armor. Jiang Tong frowned. Do you want my sea-swallowing seashell? That's even more unlikely. Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. I don't want your sea-swallowing seashell. Either. Jiang Tong was surprised. Didn't this guy come to rob him? He couldn't help asking, then what do you want? Han Fei curled his lips and said, I want to exchange a fishing boat with you. Huh? Jiang Tong was dumbfounded and asked weakly, are you going to trade your ghost speed divine boat for my boat? Han Fei smiled. Nice try. I will trade a common one for yours, which may be a bit worse than yours, but it can still run nearly 2,000 kilometers every hour. There were many fishing boats in those sea-swallowing shells that Han Fei snatched before. He left one of the best to facilitate the disguise of his real identity. However, considering that he had to find Xia Xiaochan quickly, the speed of more than 2,000 kilometers was too slow. Just now, he found that this man's fishing boat was of extraordinary quality, with a speed of at least 3,000 kilometers. Jiang Tong frowned again. So, you want to rob me? Han Fei curled his lips. How can you call it a robbery? I just want to borrow your fishing boat. Han Fei smiled and his face suddenly became cold. So you don't want to help me? Jiang Tong was at a loss for words in anger. It's you who wants to rob me. I'm not angry yet. Why do you look even angrier than me? Seeing Han Fei being so aggressive, Jiang Tong said coldly, I admit you are strong, but do you think you can beat me? Hey! Han Fei grinned and suddenly disappeared in place with a swish. Jiang Tong was stunned, only to see that dozens of spiritual weapons appeared around Han Fei in an instant. His mouth was agape. Is this guy from a very rich family? Jiang Tong didn't want to surrender to Han Fei. Although Han Fei had many spiritual weapons, the quality was not good. So he waved his long sword and it split into countless sword shadows. At this moment, the seabed was full of sword chi and shining glints of weapons. And clanking sounds were heard without end. 9-star chain. Clone. Han Fei was triumphantly watching Jiang Tong being clasped by the 9-star chain, but his smile disappeared in the next second. This guy even learned the clone technique? However, Han Fei soon found out with pupil spell that although Jiang Tong's combat skill was surprising, its level was not high. It should be of around spirit level ultra quality to demon level low quality. Water stirring seal technique. Han Fei held the big seal in his hand and slammed it towards Jiang Tong. But the latter suddenly flashed away, which looked similar to Xia Xiaochan's flashing technique. At this moment, Hexagon Starfish whispered in Han Fei's ear, it's the power of Dead Leaf Starfish. Tell me where he will flash to next time. Jiang Tong said, you are not weak, but you can't kill me. Why don't we just go our separate ways and not interfere with each other? Haha. When Han Fei attacked him again, Jiang Tong flashed away again. But this time, he was not as lucky as the last time. As soon as Jiang Tong appeared, he saw a burst of blade light, only dozens of meters in front of him. Sword shield. Bam. Puff. Jiang Tong was smashed into the air. He still wanted to escape, only to find he was surrounded by purple columns of light. Formation? Yes, this formation was the six-door formation of hexagon starfish. Han Fei liked this formation very much, but it was a pity that this was the inheritance formation of hexagon starfish and others couldn't learn it. Before Jiang Tong counterattacked, a big net was thrown down. Seeing this net, Jiang Tong cried, "This is F*King unfair." He simply had no chance. How could he resist a guy who had a ceiling formation, spirit, forbidden net, and superb strength at the same time? If it weren't for his combat armor, he might have been dead. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Jiang Tong in the net. "I told you to exchange your fishing boat with mine. If I were you, I would have agreed earlier." Jiang Tong gave a wry smile. "Brother, I'm just a small potato. Why don't you let me off?" Han Fei grinned. "I have to say that you're not bad. You are the only one who survived the drawing art. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Give me your boat and combat armor and you can go." Jiang Tong froze. Combat armor." Han Fei interrupted him. "If I kill you, I can take them too." "Okay." Han Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Tong to agree so readily. However, it was understandable. Compared to life, the combat armor was nothing. After he withdrew the spirit forbidden net, Jiang Tong suddenly bounced up and the battle combat armor floated in front of him, and he said harshly, "I can give you my boat but not the combat armor. If you try to grab it, I will blow myself up now." Han Fei really wanted to slap himself. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person by nature, so he didn't want to kill Jiang Tong. Who would expect that as soon as he withdrew the net, Jiang Tong threatened to blow himself up? Han Fei was speechless. He could feel that this guy's strength was no weaker than that of the Sun Mu trio. If Jiang Tong did blow himself up, he might not be able to handle it. Han Fei waved his hand. "Fine, you can keep the combat armor. Give me the boat, and we'll go our separate ways." Jiang Tong's eyes flickered. Han Fei's strength completely surpassed his imagination. He even had the spirit forbidden net. This guy couldn't be an ordinary person. The spirit forbidden net was almost comparable in value to an extra quality spiritual weapon, or even more precious. Okay. Although Jiang Tong was reluctant, he didn't want to clash with Han Fei over a fishing boat. Otherwise, if Han Fei was pissed off, he would lose more than he could gain. On the sea, Jiang Tong still had the combat armor hovering in front of him as if he would blow himself up at any time. At this moment, two fishing boats were floating on the sea. Han Fei jumped to Jiang Tong's fishing boat without hesitation, and then his eyes rolled. "Hey, brother, you look quite strong. Would you like to join me to do something big?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Han Fei tried to persuade him. "Why not? You know what, if we succeed, you can easily get a few million mid-quality pearls." Jiang Tong sneered. "Brother, do you think I'm stupid? You want to change fishing boats with me because you want to do something shady. That's why you don't dare to use your ghost speed divine boat. What you're going to do must be very dangerous. How can I be so stupid as to join you?" Han Fei was speechless. "Bro, you think too much. Han Fei shouted, relax. The opponents are all intermediate or advanced. Dangling fishers. They are easy to beat. Jiang Tong glanced at Han Fei. Don't lie to me. I have been hunted many times along the way, and there are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere. Go by yourself. Han Fei was shocked. Damn, there are peak-level dangling fishers everywhere? Fortunately, he didn't use the wind god boat to go straight in. Otherwise, he must have been besieged again. Seeing Jiang Tong controlling the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei hurriedly shouted, brother, don't go. What's your name? I will return the fishing boat to you later. Jiang Tong was taken aback. Is this guy a lunatic? Return my fishing boat? Seriously? Han Fei disdainfully said, your fishing boat is not good enough for me. I told you, I'm just borrowing it. I will return you a better one later. No need. After hearing Jiang Tong's words, Han Fei's first reaction was that Xia Shaochan appeared here and attracted the attention of many people, so a large number of peak-level dangling fishers appeared nearby. However, Han Fei wondered why none of these peak-level dangling fishers had found her. But even he might not be able to find her so easily. In that case, Han Fei felt that he wasn't in a hurry to find Xia Shaochan. He'd better digest and absorb the spiritual fruit he had taken first. It wouldn't be too late for him to make a move when he discovered anything wrong in this sea area. With this in mind, Han Fei smiled at Jiang Tong, who was staring at him vigilantly. Okay, you can go now. Since you don't want the ship, I won't make it difficult for you. Jiang Tong did not tell Han Fei his name in the end. He didn't trust Han Fei, so he certainly wouldn't tell him his name. Seeing Jiang Tong quickly control the fishing boat to leave, Han Fei did not stop him. In his ear, Hexagon Starfish said, there seems to be something good on this person. I can feel it. Han Fei widened his eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He has already left. What's the F** point for you to tell me this now? Hexagon Starfish's eyes kept rolling. It's a bit dangerous, so I didn't tell you. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. A bit dangerous? Something that made Hexagon Starfish feel a bit dangerous must be truly dangerous. It seemed that he made the right choice not to forcibly keep this person. Although this robbery was imperfect, he had got what he wanted. Not only because he obtained a fishing boat, but more importantly, he got the information from Jiang Tong that there were many peak-level dangling fishers here. One day later, under a certain rock on the seafloor, a person climbed out, looking vigorous. If Li Hani were here, he would have questioned who the hell was pretending to be him. At first, Han Fei wanted to disguise himself as Jiang Tong, but that guy was a peak-level dangling fisher. If he got caught, he might be in trouble, so he chose to masquerade as Li Hani. Because Han Fei didn't know many people, he randomly picked Li Hani to be his cover. He swam out of the sea and threw a spiritual fruit in his mouth. Then he glanced at the vast ocean and grinned. Well, except that I'm a little shorter than him, I should look exactly like him now. With that, he took the rusty stick out of Forge the Universe. It was not that he didn't want to remove the rust and bumps on the stick. In fact, he tried many times, but every time it was to no avail. He even tried dripping blood on the stick, but the stick gave him no response at all. Therefore, he could only carry this heavy stick on his shoulders. It was because he made a breakthrough in the cultivation of the indestructible body that he could carry this stick so easily. If it were someone else, this stick would easily crush him. Hey, you just refuse to play along, don't you? Fine, from now on, I will call you embroidery needle. Hey, embroidery needle. Are you still not playing along? Embroidery needle, embroidery needle. If you cooperate, I will call you the best stick in the world. After trying for some time more, seeing that the damn stick still gave no response at all, Han Fei snorted angrily. Embroidery needle. Han Fei sailed forward in the fishing boat. This time, he was no longer evasive. After rushing for half a day, Han Fei encountered a fishing boat. Stop. On the fishing boat stood an armorist, staring at Han Fei's fishing boat. The man asked in a loud voice, "Brother, where are you from?" Carrying embroidery needle on his shoulders, Han Fei suddenly turned sideways and swept away to the left. A figure was retreating sharply, and Han Fei's feet were already entangled by vines. He jumped up and picked with the embroidery needle, and the huge force pulled a thin figure out of the water. Seeing that the attack failed, the three people on the ground immediately gathered and looked at Han Fei in surprise. The female manipulator looked puzzled. You are not an ordinary soul warrior. Han Fei scoffed. Do you think I am easy to bully, because I'm alone? On the ground, the armorist hurriedly said, Brother, don't get us wrong. We just wanted to test your strength. Han Fei sneered. Get you wrong? Can you explain to me why you want to test my strength? The armorist said with a smile, Brother, don't you know that the people in the undersea city are hunting demons? Han Fei was surprised. Hunting demons? Who are the demons? Of course, ostensibly, Han Fei said, holding his head high, sure, otherwise. Why would I take the risk to come here? The armorist said, yes, that's right. Whether we catch Xia Xiaochan or Han Fei, we'll make a fortune. We are just surprised why you, an intermediate dangling fisher, came here. Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Why should I be afraid? Although I seem to be only an intermediate dangling fisher, I have great strength, strong combat skills. And I am a soul warrior. But you guys are only advanced dangling fishers, why? Are you so confident as to hunt Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei? The cool-looking hunter snorted and asked, At least we are advanced dangling fishers. Whether you have the strength of an advanced dangling fisher or not. It seems that you shouldn't be here? Han Fei sneered. I just came to try my luck. The battle of the strong has nothing to do with me, an intermediate dangling fisher. I don't think any strong master will have so much time to attack me. Why can't I be here? The three people on the opposite side were speechless. This King made sense. Whether Han Fei or Xia Xiaochan, would they really care about an intermediate dangling fisher? The answer was definitely not. Even they thought they could easily rob Han Fei. Who could have expected that his reaction was so quick and his strength was not weak at all? The armorist smiled. Brother, to tell you the truth, we were led here by two peak-level dangling fishers. It is a pity that the three of us were abandoned on the way. You look quite strong. Why don't you join us? Han Fei almost laughed. Abandoned by others, they still have the mood to hang around here? Are these guys stupid? Han Fei refused. I'm not going to join you. 4 people are much more conspicuous than me alone. Do you think I am stupid? The female manipulator squinted at Han Fei. At least we're stronger than you. No matter how strong you are, you are only an intermediate dangling fisher. Do you know how many people have the same thoughts as you? Why do you think you can win against others? No matter how strong you are, how many can you beat? Alone? Do you mean I'll be able to beat others if I join you? The female manipulator shrugged. At least there is a better chance of survival. As long as we find a spirit gatherer, we have all the 5 professions. Han Fei thought to himself, maybe I can join them and get in the undersea city? Han Fei looked hesitant. Where to find a spirit gatherer? Which spirit gatherer dares to come alone? The armorist laughed out loud. Then snatch 1. Our strength is equivalent to 4 advanced, dangling fishers. Can't we snatch a spirit gatherer? Han Fei secretly laughed. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to reveal my real identity, you'd already be dead. Han Fei said hesitantly, okay, but I won't do anything if we meet Han Fei. I'm here to find Xia Xiaochan. Haha. Okay. In fact, we are all here to find Xia Xiaochan. Who would really dare to hunt down Demon Han? We don't want to die. The armorist graciously invited him to join them, and Han Fei put away his fishing boat. He didn't fear they would trick him. If they dared to do so, he would just kill them. To Han Fei's surprise, these people didn't do anything to him. When Han Fei approached them, he faintly felt that they seemed to have been injured. It seemed that they had just experienced a big battle not long ago. Han Fei didn't point it out, but said with a smile, how are we going to find Xia Xiaochan? The manipulator said, no rush. We don't have a spirit gatherer yet, so our spiritual energy is not enough to support the battle. It's better to wait. Beside Han Fei, the hunter asked, brother, what should I call you? Han Fei looked at him with a faint smile. What about you? What should I call you? Armorist, Jiao Wu, spiritual beast, cold flame turtle, contractual spiritual beast, purple soldier, crab. Hunter, Zhou Kai, spiritual beast, red brow shrimp, contractual spiritual beasts, butterfly star worm and gold water silkworm. Manipulator, Wang Qingyue, spiritual beast, sea green vine, contractual spiritual beast, red fox fish. After introducing themselves, all 3 looked at Han Fei a bit coercively. Han Fei knew what they told him was not completely true, but he didn't care. Because he was not going to tell the truth either. Soul warrior, Lihani, spiritual beast, hexagon starfish, and I don't have a contractual spiritual beast. If Lihani were here, he would take out a tortoise shield and smash Han Fei to death. Why do you King pretend to be me? Why? The other 3 people looked surprised. Hexagon starfish? How come I've never heard of that? You don't have a contractual spiritual beast? Han Fei said lightly, my contractual spiritual beasts all died in battle and I haven't caught another suitable one yet. Han Fei said that his contractual spiritual beasts were killed in battle, which didn't arouse these people's suspicion. From their perspective, it seemed that this was a very normal thing. After all, Han Fei was a soul warrior. For these close combat professionals, it was normal for their contractual spiritual beasts to die in battle. But they were puzzled at his spiritual beast, which they had never heard of. Although hexagon starfish was a mysterious creature, they were relatively timid by nature and regarded treasures as their livelihood. So generally, they wouldn't appear in ordinary places, so few people had seen them in the sea. Besides, due to their poor fighting power, hexagon starfish would not come out normally. What if someone caught them as a contractual spiritual beast? When Han Fei exposed Master Hexagon on his shoulders, the three people were dumbfounded. What could this tiny starfish be used for? Han Fei snorted coldly. Although we are making up a group on a temporary basis, you'd better not trick me. I may not be able to kill the three of you, but killing two should be fine. The three of them were a bit frightened by his words, and then the armorist Jiao Wu smiled and said, "Brother Li, you can trust us. We are now teammates. How could we trick you? Relax." Wang Qingyue added, "Okay, now we only need a spirit gatherer. Should we wait here or take the initiative to find one?" Zhou Kai said lightly, "Take the initiative to find one. Waiting here is a waste of time." Han Fei was puzzled. Wait a minute. Take the initiative to find one? Where would we find one? Jiao Wu smiled. Brother Li, you just came here, so you don't know the situation. Actually, the undersea city is very dangerous now and a large number of peak-level dangling fishers have come over. At this moment, they have probably all gathered outside the undersea city. As long as we go there should be a lot of advanced dangling fishers who are alone. Han Fei frowned. How come? Zhou Kai grunted. What else could it be for? Just because the peak level dangling fishers mock our advanced dangling fishers for being weak, they will form teams with other peak-level dangling fishers, without considering us. Han Fei nodded and thought, so that's why these people were abandoned. However, this was not bad. Their strength was neither strong nor weak and barely made do. Han Fei was only an intermediate dangling fisher now. He'd probably be unable to get into a circle of peak-level dangling fishers. The undersea city was nearly 6,000 miles long and 4,000 miles wide. It was a veritable giant city. There had always been rumors about this place, and there were many versions. First of all, it was a huge square city with surrounding walls. There were 4 gates, respectively, in the north, south, east and west, which were also called passes. After entering these 4 passes, you could enter the city. It was said that there was also an inner pass in the city, guarding the inner city. Only entering the inner city could be regarded as truly entering the undersea city. But as for what was in the outer city and inner city of the undersea city, there were many versions of it. Some people said that there were a large number of dark creatures in the city. What was a dark creature? It was a creature that walked in the darkness like the dark water rat. These creatures were usually brutal and bloodthirsty. Some people said that there were a lot of small secret realms in the city. While exploring the city, you would be sucked into a secret realm without knowing it. Many people never come out because of this, and no one has even seen their bodies. And some people say that there were a large number of spirits in the undersea city, which were the souls of dead living beings. They howl day and night and will actively attack invading humans. There were too many rumors about the undersea city. But the official version meant that the jumble of rumors was actually all correct. This undersea city was a city under the sea left over from prehistoric times. Anything might appear in it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be these so-called rumors. Han Fei didn't talk much along the way and didn't ask the other 3 anything. That was because he didn't know anything about this place. If he accidentally said something wrong, he might spill the beans. Jiao Wu seemed to be a very talkative guy, and he kept speaking. Han Fei didn't know that much about the undersea city, but after traveling with Jiao Wu for some time, he had known a lot of information about it. At this moment, Jiao Wu was speaking, actually. Even if we meet Han Fei or Xiao Xiaochan, we're going to fight neither of them. How dangerous is it to fight them by ourselves? These two are very strong. I think we might as well explore the undersea city. Many people have got chances from the city and then make a fortune. Wang Qingyue scoffed. Shut up. How many people go into the undersea city? Every day? But how many people can come out with an opportunity? Zhou Kai shrugged. Hey. Actually, it's not bad to hunt down those who are alone. As long as we have money, we can buy opportunities on dragon boats. Han Fei looked at these two men with contempt. Come on, will the chance you got from a dragon boat allow you to fight dozens of people alone? Can the chance you get from the undersea city make you beat opponents of higher levels than you? My goal is clear. I can't beat Han Fei, so I'm here for Xia Xiaochan. If you don't go, I will regroup with others. Jiao Wu hurriedly said, Oh, don't, brotherly. I'm just kidding. We all have a clear target, which is Xia Xiaochan. But what if Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan rendezvous? Han Fei wondered for a moment. Could they, you think? Wang Qingyue smiled and said, the chance is slim. After all, these two people were not in the same place in the first place. It would be extremely difficult for the two of them to meet in this huge undersea city. But who knows? If these two people meet, I will quit anyway. Zhou Kai shrugged. Yes. In that case, we'll leave them to those peak level dangling fishers. Han Fei nodded secretly. It seemed that it wasn't without merit to be on the wanted list. At least, people would be afraid of you. There were only 100 people on the wanted list of the level 3 fishery. And he and Xia Xiaochan occupied 2 seats. Even he wouldn't be willing to fight 2 strong masters on the wanted list at the same time. Outside the undersea city. When they were about 10,000 miles away from the undersea city, Han Fei and the others had already encountered other teams frequently. Among them, the teams with a perfect combination actually accounted for less than half. During the period, there was no shortage of teams trying to get closer to Han Fei's team. However, after seeing there were 3 advanced dangling fishers in this team, they did not do anything in the end. Had it not been for the 2 big targets, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei's current team would have been wiped off before getting close to the undersea city. Zhou Kai frowned. There are more people here than we thought. Wang Qingyue nodded. Yes. However, these people may not necessarily come for Xia Xiaochan. I saw many peak-level dangling fishers in their teams. They must have come for Han Fei. Han Fei asked, how do they know that Han Fei will definitely come? Hearing his question, all 3 looked at Han Fei. You don't know why he will definitely come? Han Fei was stunned. Should I F*** know that? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. I'm here for Xia Xiaochan. I can't beat Han Fei, so I don't pay much attention to him. Jiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Brotherly, you are too unprofessional. These two have a big connection. It is said that they're having a relationship. They are actually lovers. Therefore, if one of them is in trouble, the other will definitely come to help. Puff. Han Fei stumbled and almost fell off the fishing boat. Seeing the 3 people looking at him puzzled, Han Fei pretended to be surprised and widened his Eyes. F***ck, I didn't know that. Then if I kill Xia Xiaochan, will Han Fei chase me down? Everyone. Wang Qingyue rolled her eyes and said, "Hey, wake up. Stop dreaming. We admit that you are not weak, but you want to kill Xia Xiaochan? Are you serious? Do you think it's so easy to kill anyone on the wanted list?" Han Fei smiled but was helpless in his heart. Lovers? Where did these people get the news? When they were thousands of miles near the undersea city, there were obviously more fishing boats. Every few dozen miles, there would be one or even many. Han Fei even saw a dozen fishing boats fighting in a melee from a distance. Peak-level dangling fishers were fighting each other, and a group of advanced and intermediate dangling fishers was also fighting fiercely. Zhou Kai looked for a clearing. Let's go. We're not going to participate in this kind of battle. Wang Qingyue controlled the fishing boat to leave quickly. Seeing that Han Fei seemed quite interested, she couldn't help saying, "Only you soul warriors like fighting. In a place like the undersea city, the more you gain, the more dangerous you are." Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Zhao Wu laughed. "A lot of people think the same way as you. But we have a bigger goal. What if we get injured here?" Han Fei said sullenly, "Forget it. Let's go. Quickly find the spirit gatherer. Otherwise, we may be taken by other teams." Everyone nodded. In this place were many teams gathered, the teams with a perfect combination were very dangerous. 1 hour passed. Wang Qingyue declared, "The south gate of the undersea city is in front of us. Be careful." After a moment, Han Fei and the others finally rushed to the sea area above the south gate of the undersea city. Han Fei looked around. When he found there were no fewer than 1,000 fishing boats scattered here, he gasped. He underestimated this place. If he had come in rashly, he might have been killed in a minute. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't eliminate so many fishing boats alone. On the calm sea, thousands of fishing boats were scattered, making a lot of noise. Zhou Kai chuckled. "Finally, we've arrived. Even peak-level dangling fishers don't dare to attack rashly here." Wang Qingyue nodded. "This is an unwritten rule. If any peak-level dangling fisher attacks an intermediate or advanced dangling fisher, people will rise up against him together." Han Fei nodded. This so-called unwritten rule was set by intermediate and advanced dangling fishers to protect themselves. There were strength in numbers. Even peak-level dangling fishers would be afraid of a siege. Any advanced dangling fisher armorists? You're welcome to join our team. We need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. No more intermediate dangling fishers. We need 2, 1 advanced dangling fisher manipulator and 1 hunter. Our team leader is a spirit gatherer who is a peak-level dangling fisher. All peak-level dangling fisher team. We need a soul warrior. Be quick. Information: the latest information about Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, real and cheap. You're not going to regret buying it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It's King Lively here. Aren't these people afraid of being deceived? Do they look for teammates in such a casual way? While Han Fei was thinking, he heard Zhao Wu shouting, "We need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. Anyone want to join us?" In a minute after Zhao Wu shouted, a fishing boat came over. At the bow of the boat, an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer looked at them and then at Han Fei. Why is the soul warrior only an intermediate dangling fisher? Han Fei carried the embroidery needle on his shoulder. Because average advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherers are not my opponents. The man took a few glances at him and then drove the fishing boat away, seeming not to believe what Han Fei said. Han Fei, Wang Qingyue suggested, you have to show your strength to them. Jiao Wu added, Brother Li, you can ask for a battle. Han Fei was shocked. Ask for a battle? Have you never asked for a battle before? The others all frowned. Now that Li Hani was a soul warrior, how could he have never asked for a battle? Han Fei had never heard of it. But there were so many people here, and he must not spill the beans. Han Fei coldly snorted. I usually fought in secret realms, so I don't understand the rules of you people. I didn't know it would be so troublesome just to explore a secret realm. Tell me, what is seeking a fight? The other three were a bit suspicious. In the end, they exchanged glances, and Jiao Wu smiled and said, it is to challenge a strong master of the same level and the same or different profession. Now, as an intermediate dangling fisher, your strength is not recognized, so you need to challenge an advanced dangling fisher to prove your strength. Glancing at the trio's looks, Han Fei knew he had to fight with someone. Otherwise, he would be suspected. Most of the people in the level 3 fishery should know the rules, but he didn't. Han Fei carried the embroidery needle, jumped on the water, and shouted, holding his head high. I, Li Hani, am asking for a battle here. Among those present, there are no advanced dangling fishers who look strong enough to me. Huh? Where is this dumbass from? Ha! An intermediate dangling fisher? He wants to challenge an advanced dangling fisher? Is this man crazy? Jiao Wu and the other two were dumbfounded. We just asked you to ask for a fight, but not to provoke these people. Look what you've done. You've just offended all the advanced dangling fishers here. However, Han Fei seemed to be completely unaware of what he had done, carrying the rusty stick on his shoulder and staring at others arrogantly. Hey! Boy! You are only an intermediate dangling fisher. Why don't you just *ck off? We are afraid that we will beat you to death as soon as we make a move. Haha, what a brat. Do you have any idea what you just said? Hey, you'd better find an intermediate dangling fisher to fight. We may look like bullies if we fight you. Ha ha ha. For a while, there was an uproar of curses, laughter, and ridicule. Han Fei still held his head high. Isn't there even one who dares to fight me? You don't even dare to accept my challenge? Then why don't you guys go back to the ordinary fishery and catch fish and shrimps? As soon as he said so, a boy jumped out who was also a soul warrior and used double knives. The boy looked at Han Fei with a sneer. I will fight you. Han Fei smiled. Okay. However, when the boy jumped out, many advanced dangling fishers called him an idiot. Someone said in a low voice, how damn silly is this guy? Now that this intermediate dangling fisher dares to challenge advanced dangling fishers, he can't be weak. Why did this idiot jump out foolishly? Someone clicked his tongue. It is not certain that he will lose, but even if he wins, it won't be easy. In fact, he'll just give Li Hani a chance to prove his strength. Han Fei carried the stick with a smile. Come on, you can attack first. The boy snorted. You know that there is an insurmountable gap between intermediate and advanced dangling fishers, right? The boy drew out 2 other knives. Obviously, he was quite good at spiritual control. The 4 knives cut open the water, turning up a curtain of fine water. Droplets that shot at Han Fei. Han Fei still carried the stick and looked at him with a smile. Hey, won't you even release your spiritual beast? Humph. As the 4 knives were getting close, suddenly from above the boy's head, another knife shot at Han Fei's face even more rapidly. Hey, single-horned shark. Someone recognized the boy's spiritual beast. From the glimpse, they recognized that it was the exclusive blow of single-horned shark. It turned out that this boy's 4 knives were just a cover-up, and his truly powerful attack was actually this last blow. But Han Fei suddenly stomped and a big hole sank in the water. Then he swung the embroidery needle at the boy without wasted motion. Just that? Behind them, the Xiaowu trio was speechless. This Li Hani really didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Bam! With a loud bang, the water exploded and Han Fei stood there, carrying a stick 2 or 3 meters thick on his shoulder. But the boy was smashed into the water by the stick. Han Fei slowly changed the embroidery needle back. Although he couldn't refine this stick, he could make it bigger or smaller. The boy never thought that Han Fei's stick would be so heavy. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain was pressing against him. Although he still had dozens of combat skills, he could activate none of them. After all, he couldn't even resist this guy's single blow. In the distance, many peak-level dangling fishers exclaimed, "What an overwhelming power! Great strength! He is so strong. It seems that he is a heavenly talent." When the boy re-emerged from the sea, his face was pale and his hands hung limp, and he was looking at Han Fei viciously. "You are not an intermediate dangling fisher." Han Fei laughed. "I am. However, I don't focus on tactics, but on strength. It's a piece of cake for me to beat you." The boy's face was green and red. This time, he suffered a stunning defeat. He couldn't even resist a casual blow from an intermediate dangling fisher. What a disgrace! But the Xiaowu trio looked at each other and were overjoyed. They didn't expect this soul warrior that they picked up randomly on the way could be so strong. Among all cultivation methods, physique was the most difficult to cultivate. And Han Fei turned out to be the kind of cultivator who specialized in physique. It was a miracle that such a person could be an intermediate dangling fisher. While the others were still stunned, Zhao Wu hurriedly shouted, "We still need an advanced dangling fisher spirit gatherer. Who wants to join us?" "Me." A spirit gatherer came up, which showed his recognition of Han Fei's strength. The spirit gatherer, who had despised Han Fei just now, didn't move. He was ashamed to join them now. "Hey, I'm only 1 step away from being a peak-level dangling fisher. I'll join your team." 1 step? You are clearly 2 levels away, and I am only 1 step away. Han Fei's team suddenly became popular. All the people present were smart people. During a battle, those who could really fight were only soul warriors and armorists. Han Fei's physique was so strong that few among the advanced dangling fishers present could surpass him. It was just because of this that many spirit gatherers recognized this team's strength and were willing to join them. Holding the rod, Han Fei swaggered back to his boat, making many people want to beat him up. After Han Fei returned to the boat, another boat suddenly descended from the sky, and a spirit gathering array was established on the sea. A proud spirit gatherer landed in the spirit gathering array. I would like to join your team. Zhao Wu and the rest of them were briefly stunned. Then, they were all excited. Welcome, bro. What should we call you? With you here, our team will be top tier. Han Fei glanced at the stranger, rendered speechless by Zhao Wu's reaction. He was merely a peak-level dangling fisher that he could kill easily. The other people all left seeing that a peak-level dangling fisher had joined. Han Fei nodded casually. Fine by me. The spirit gatherer said casually, I am Wu Liang, a peak-level dangling fisher and a spirit gatherer. My spiritual beast is skyward razor clams, and my contractual spiritual beast is the blue spirit shrimp. Han Fei was briefly stunned, as the man's spiritual beast seemed rather powerful. But what really drew his attention was the blue spirit shrimp, which was not from the level 3 fishery. The blue spirit shrimp? With a casual smile, Wu Liang looked at Han Fei. I bought it. Han Fei's lips cramped. I met a blue mystic 6 spirit shrimp before. It was very powerful. Wu Liang raised his eyebrow. Oh? It's a mutation? Where is it from? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. Wang Qingyue interrupted them. Well, our team is full now. I think we're strong enough for the competition. Wu Liang glanced at them and said casually, You're hurt? I can heal you. First. As he talked, Wu Liang cast the healing technique on them one by one. Seeing how comfortable Zhao Wu and his teammates were, Han Fei couldn't be more scornful. It's just a common healing technique and not nearly as good as the divine healing technique. After they left to treat their wounds, Han Fei asked Wu Liang, curiously, Hey. You are a peak-level dangling fisher. Why have you come to this team? Wu Liang looked at Han Fei with a smile. You are a soul warrior who focuses on body strength. Why did you choose this team? Han Fei replied, Because I couldn't have come here on my own. Han Fei was saying that it wouldn't be easy to reach within 10,000 kilometers from the undersea city for individuals. Wu Liang asked, You're here to hunt demons too? Han Fei scoffed. Why would I? I'm here to hunt Xia Xiaochan. Wu Liang remarked with a faint smile, Xia Xiaochan? People believe that she's weaker than Han Fei, but do you really think you can hunt down a genius who explored the undersea city on her own and killed 28 people in one battle? Han Fei said unconcernedly, That's why I joined a team instead of hunting her on my own. After being stunned, Wu Liang nodded, convinced that this Li Hani must be a very proud man and an intermediate dangling fisher who was brave enough to seek battles in the undersea city. That was why he chose this team. Pointing at the sea, Wu Liang said, The latest news is that someone saw Xia Xiaochan inside. Are you sure you want to go with them? Do you want another team? Han Fei looked back at him and shrugged. No. You really think I would fight hard? I'm just here to pick the loot. Wu Liang. He was rendered speechless, feeling that he had chosen a wrong team. Suddenly, Han Fei asked, Is everybody on the wanted list hunted by so many people? Wu Liang curled his lips and said, More or less. What those people carry is much more valuable than their bounty. Han Fei secretly cursed. So, people were hunting them for their possessions, not for their bounty. Staring at Wu Liang, Han Fei asked, How many teams have entered? Wu Liang shook his head with a smile. One. Just one? Han Fei didn't know much about the undersea city earlier, but after Zhao Wu's explanation on the way, he learned it much better. He wondered how one team could find anyone in such a huge place. Wu Liang said, casually, it's a team of 100 people. Han Fei, he said gloomily, could you make yourself clear when you talk? A team of 100? How is that possible? At this point, Wang Qingyue spoke from Han Fei's back. It's meant to increase their odds of survival. There are 10-person teams and 100-person teams who can explore a wider range with a higher chance of survival. Han Fei was stunned. He had never run into such teams before. 100-person teams did not exist in the seaborne prairie, where even a 1,000-person team wouldn't have worked. When the worm nests burst out, a team of any size would be annihilated if they failed to squeeze flash stones and escape in time. Han Fei asked, then what are we waiting for? Glancing at Han Fei, Wu Liang asked, you don't seem to know the level 3 fishery well, do you? Han Fei replied casually, I'm new here. I've been exploring treasure troves on my own, and this is my first visit to a famous place. Oh? Everybody looked at Han Fei in confusion, not fully convinced. As a soul warrior, it was not a problem for Han Fei to explore treasure troves individually, but if he was bold to do so, he must be talented and capable. How could he have missed out on the undersea city? Wu Liang said, the odds of survival for a 100-person team are only theoretically higher. In fact, 100 people are insignificant in this place, and cases are not rare where half of them die. The rest of those people are simply waiting. Han Fei asked. In disdain, for what? For the people inside to come out? Wu Liang said in surprise, isn't it the best to take advantage of them? Han Fei looked around. With so many people out there? Wang Qingyue remarked, it's true that there are inevitable perils both inside and outside. At this point, Zhao Wu took a deep breath. Someone will run out of patience and go in. Han Fei said, I'm running out of patience myself. Everyone. While Han Fei's team was talking, another boat rose into the sky not far away. Is anyone joining the second 100-person team? 8 squads have joined us already. Don't hesitate if you want to come too. Other people may find the treasures earlier than you do. Hey! Count us in. Bulls asterisk it. It's only been half a day since the first team went in. Nobody is back yet. We'll wait until tomorrow. We're not going. We'll wait another day. Count us in. We don't want to wait together with those cowards. The man in the sky said with a smile, be quick about it. We've already got 10 squads. What could the first team have found in half a day? Chances are that they've already left through other gates. The undersea city is dangerous, but not life-threatening. If you want to come, come, if you don't, stop. By *Ching about it. Han Fei raised his hands and shouted, we're in. Zhou Kai immediately said, Li Hani, what are you doing? This is only the second team. We'll only be exploring the way for other people. Han Fei tilted his head in confusion. Is this how you usually hunt treasures? How can you get any treasure if you don't go first? I've explored dozens of treasure troves, and I never backed off. If you're not going, I'll find another team. Zhao Wu frowned. Why don't we wait a while longer? Wang Qingyue said, no, I think we can go in. If anything happens, we can always Withdraw from the group and retreat first. The man in the sky shouted, Hey! Lihani, are you coming or not? Han Fei raised his head. Yes. Wu Liang frowned but did not object. He had enough flash stones to keep himself safe, so he decided to follow them. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wu said, Fine, let's do this. The rewards will be copious if we don't die. Let's go. Soon, Han Fei and his teammates rose to the sky too. Many more boats ascended, and soon there were 20 of them. This temporarily jumbled team was flying in the sky, and several peak-level dangling fishers roared, Don't run about in the undersea city. Be united and don't fight each other. Whoever fights internally will be killed first. Operation Demon Hunting now begins. Many people shouted excitedly as if they were going to war. Someone laughed. Hey, cowards, I'm going to take a tour first. After I catch Xiao Xiaochan, I'll give her a good treat. Han Fei secretly glanced at the man and decided to kill him after he got into the undersea city. Do you think I don't exist? You probably don't know how good I am until I tear your tongue off. Zhao Wu spoke to everyone telepathically, let's just follow them. Don't lead the charge. All of a sudden, Han Fei clenched his fists and shouted, Demon hunting! Demon hunting! Demon hunting! Demon hunting! Many people echoed with him. Han Fei shouted again, let's go inside and kill each and every one of them. Each and every one of them. Brothers, let's go. Everyone? The peak-level dangling fishers were lost for words. We're giving a nice speech. Which idiot is disrupting us? One of the peak-level dangling fishers said gloomily, Shut up. Shouting doesn't help. Let's go. Gloomily, Zhao Wu and the rest of them spoke to Han Fei telepathically. Brotherly, can you be quiet? Those peak-level dangling fishers haven't said anything yet. Why are you cheering? Han Fei said solemnly, because it feels great. Look how determined they are. It seems to me that they're just feeding their lives to the enemy. Everyone. Wu Liang said, You'd better lay low and not charge recklessly. Though your body is sturdy, I might not be able to heal you quickly if you're too heavily wounded. Han Fei scoffed. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wu Liang was lost for words. Do you really? Your blood is already boiling when we haven't even passed the first barrier in the undersea city yet. How will you react after we pass the second? At this point, all of them recalled the boats and dove into the sea. 20 perfect combinations, 100 people all together, all threw themselves into the sea. Of all of them, Han Fei was the lowest level as an intermediate dangling fisher. In the undersea city, 1,800 meters into the sea, everything was enshrouded by a dark daze that looked like the fluids of a squid. It went without saying that it was some sort of barrier. Han Fei realized, to his surprise, that every dangerous place had bizarre barriers, like the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie and the strange space here. Outside of the undersea city was a large number of abandoned roads, and platforms and indistinguishable sculptures. Everything had collapsed, but even so, Han Fei could only imagine how splendid the city must have been with the statue almost 100 meters tall. He wasn't particularly impressed by the city wall, though it was 300 meters tall. After witnessing the dragon boat, he found a wall of such a height to be nothing more than child's play. Following the group for a while, Han Fei landed at the dark entrance of the undersea city. There was no telling how long the wall had been abandoned, but it was mostly ruined and riddled with holes and sword marks. The entrance was even more horrifying. Cold currents, mixed with sludge, were flowing out of it. Zhao Wu spoke telepathically, entering the city is like going to a battlefield. Let's be careful with those weird cold currents. Wu Liang said, I can cast defensive arrays on you, but I don't think they'll be very effective. Han Fei asked in surprise, you know arrays? Wu Liang slightly shook his head. I've learned some basic arrays, but they can't resist great dangers. Have any of you been there before? Zhao Wu said, I'm the only one who has explored it earlier. The other three are all new. Wu Liang slightly nodded. Well, the outer city is safer. It's been explored many times. Xia Xiaochan couldn't stay in the external city for long. All we need to do is to be careful after we enter the inner city. As he talked, Wu Liang began to draw defensive arrays with spiritual energy on his fingertips. Han Fei was immediately shocked. He had never seen anyone drawing a simple array in such a way. Couldn't it have been created by random stepping? Did he have to create it with his hand? Even so, Han Fei saw that Zhao Wu and the rest of them were looking at Wu Liang enviously, as if they hoped that they could be capable of the same skill. Han Fei immediately felt that he had overestimated this peak-level dangling fissures. It seemed that level did not matter in areas that one wasn't familiar with. Though Han Fei was not an expert, he could have created a regular defensive array by his foot, and he was much more skilled than Wu Liang was. Other than Han Fei's squad, the other people were making preparations too. Some were covering themselves with armor, some were fusing with their contractual spiritual beasts, and some were taking pills. What surprised Han Fei most was a person who was eating fish meat. Wang Qingyue said, don't underestimate that fish meat. Every sea creature has its features. This fish meat can definitely increase your resistance against the cold currents. Han Fei's eyes slightly constricted. Does it need to be cooked? Wu Liang said with a smile, generally no, but I've met meat that must be cooked. When we explored a treasure trove earlier, the armorist on our team made food with a dozen ingredients. It increased almost 10% of our combat abilities. Han Fei, he mumbled, is being a cook really a class, like old Jiang said? No, I've been too focused on food before, and I never paid attention to the simple qualities of the food. But that was because the ingredients were inferior. What if I find advanced ingredients? Before Han Fei could think more about it, the peak-level dangling fissures in the lead already announced that they should go in. Different from some treasures that were locked by certain barriers, the undersea city had wide open gates that everybody was free to enter and exit anytime. Then why did many people fail to make it out? Because they didn't have a chance to. At this point, the whole group entered the dark entrance in a line. Han Fei's squad was in the middle to end section. When Han Fei stepped into the gate against the cold currents, he felt that he fell into an ice cave. It was much colder than the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. As his capabilities improved, the coldness of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers couldn't affect Han Fei anymore, but here, the moment he stepped in, he sensed that strong water currents were coming at his face in freezing coldness. Crack. After no more than 10 seconds, the defensive arrays on Han Fei's squad were almost broken. His face changing greatly, Zhou Kai asked, this is just the outer city? Wang Qingyue said, prepare your spiritual energy protective covers. Zhao Wu said with a smile, yes, this is the outer city. These cold currents look dreadful and will weaken us by about 10%, but they're not too much to resist. Wu Liang spoke telepathically, that's right. Though it's possible to resist the water currents, we'll have to consume more spiritual energy. That's why every team here needs a spirit gatherer, or they wouldn't be able to endure for long. Crack. Han Fei snorted. So there's nothing here except the cold currents? Wu Liang shook his head. Of course not. These cold currents aren't fatal, and even the beginner dangling fishers can deal with it. You'll see the real dangers in a minute. The group swam forward against the cold currents. After about 30 seconds, the defensive arrays on Han Fei's squad were broken, and everybody trembled and started freezing. Han Fei even saw that, probably due to poor quality, the pants on someone before him were frozen and shattered while he was moving. Han Fei hurried to activate his spiritual energy protective cover. His clothes weren't good either, and he didn't want to become naked. That would be embarrassing. Thankfully, someone saw that and threw clothes to the naked man, stopping him from moving in nudity. The peak-level dangling fishers in the lead spoke telepathically, remember. Everybody, don't move or touch anything after we pass in the cold currents. Someone asked, are we going to explore the outer city? The peak-level dangling fishers immediately replied. No, we're going straight into the inner city. Han Fei asked, why are we not exploring the outer city? Isn't the inner city more dangerous than the outer city? Zhao Wu said solemnly, every place in the outer city that can be explored has been explored. Those places are haunted by undead creatures. To pass the outer city, we have to pass them. It's unnecessary to fight undead creatures, because they can't be killed. Wu Liang shook his head. No. Actually, many places in the outer city haven't been explored yet, but not many people are interested in them. We're not absolutely certain that Xia Xiaochan is in the inner city. She might be in one of the places in the outer city. Han Fei was quite shocked to hear that. Haunted? Undead creatures? What was that about? Expressionlessly, Han Fei followed the group. On his way, he saw a weird square that seemed to be a battlefield. Broken armor and weapons that were erect in the mud were everywhere. Even more dreadfully, human-shaped shadows emerged in the water now and then. Though they were not vivid, Han Fei was certain that they were in the shape of human beings. It seemed that a great war happened here. After about 20 kilometers, Han Fei's group began to cross the ancient battlefield. However, everybody had circumvented the weapons and the armor. Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, can you secretly throw out a spirit explosion array? The Hexagon Starfish said, no. It's dangerous here. Han Fei said, cut the crap. You'll throw it when I tell you to. Just throw it ahead and make it noisy. The Hexagon Starfish had almost turned into Han Fei's epaulette. Few people paid attention to it because it never opened its eyes. The Hexagon Starfish did not use any arrays, but simply pushed a stone out. The stone happened to fall upon a helmet that was almost rotten and then bounced to a ragged sword. After that, the sword was broken. Han Fei felt that the ground was shaking, and a green and white mist popped up from the mud. Not good. Who the F***ck touched them? Do you want to get killed? Let's continue and pass this area. Han Fei was almost of a mind to blow a whistle. He thought that it was great. That this area was spacious, and it would be even greater if the undead creatures could kill half of the group. Same as Han Fei, Zhou Kai had never been here before. He was clearly panicked. And he asked telepathically, "What do we do?" Jiao Wu accelerated. "What can we do?" "Run." Wu Liang said, "Hurry up and be prepared for battle." Seeing that the mist not far away had been condensed into a human shape, he simply smashed the needle at the thing. Then, the water deformed and imploded. The mist had been blown up by Han Fei before it could take shape. Han Fei said to everyone, "Don't panic. Let's just fight our way there." Wang Qingyue said, "Don't. Those are undead creatures, or essentially lingering thoughts. You can't kill them." Han Fei roared, "Then what do you do?" "They will hit you if you don't hit them." At this moment, Han Fei saw dozens of shadows ahead of him. They simply used water as their weapons, and even more surprisingly, they could pass through the explorers' weapons and keep charging at their enemy. "Shoot. How are we going to fight them? Are there any simple solutions?" Wu Liang kept changing his position while he picked up spiritual energy with his fishing pole and smashed at the undead creatures, which would explode when they were hit but would not stop attacking their enemy. Jiao Wu said, "Don't panic. The undead creatures aren't powerful. Defend your soul. Those things will attack your soul." "Huh?" Han Fei simply cast a spiritual energy protective cover on himself, and he waved the needle unstoppably. Every undead creature within his reach was shattered. He was really using his strength. Now that he learned that the undead creatures could hurt his soul, he needed to work harder to smash more of them. Ah! While Han Fei was smashing hard, he saw that an armorist 100 meters suddenly grabbed his shield and hit it into his head. Bam! Han Fei trembled. Had the man just killed himself? Someone else suddenly fell on the ground, with nothing but feeble breath left. Then, dozens of undead creatures would lunge at them. They would stop struggling one moment later. Instantly, the 100-person team was a mess. Ahead, the peak-level dangling fishers roared, "Stop fighting and focus on running. The soul warriors will cover the rest." That was exactly what Han Fei wanted. He immediately went to the edge of the team and smashed his rod on the ground so hard that it almost caused an earthquake. F***CK. Are you an idiot? Do you want to wake up all the undead creatures? Han Fei responded hurriedly, "I'm sorry. I used too much strength just now. I'll pay more attention next time." He was delighted to see that he woke up almost 100 undead creatures after a smash. That was too easy. If the team weren't led by peak level dangling fishers, he would be competent to kill all of them. Han Fei only regretted that he couldn't be too blatant. One mistake was a mistake, but 2 mistakes would raise suspicion. And if he made 3 mistakes, someone would probably take him down. But Han Fei wasn't hasty. This was just the first obstacle in the outer city. And a dozen people were already down. They were no intermediate dangling fishers, but real advanced dangling fishers. The dead people shared something in common, which was that they were mentally weak and could easily be traumatized. Then, with the soul warriors protecting the team, nobody else died. After a short while, everybody finally passed the haunted place. Someone bellowed, "I told you not to move. We've only just gotten started, and 15 people are already down." Do you all want to die in the undersea city? Han Fei bellowed with him, which son of a *ch did that? Get out, and I'll teach you a good lesson. When Han Fei spoke, the man stared at him aggressively, but he simply curled his lips and responded to the peak-level dangling fisher with a smile. The peak-level dangling fisher snorted and didn't say anything else. He then said to everyone, more freezing currents will show up. Everybody, pay attention to your feet and keep a distance from each other, but not too far away. Han Fei asked Xiao Wu, do we want to move ahead? That way, we can escape faster. Just now, I had to cover up for you, and I'm just an intermediate dangling fisher. Xiao Wu was having a vine from his sea-swallowing seashell. Biting it and taking a deep breath, he said, that's right. We can't stay long in the freezing currents, or we might really be frozen. After a brief silence, Wang Qingyue said, no, let's not move to the front. Who knows what's awaiting us? We can go to the front if everybody ahead of us is dead. Wu Liang agreed. That's right. We'd better reserve our strength. Particularly you, Brother Li, your attack was too powerful. You'd better not take action again from now on. Han Fei was rather frustrated. He had planned to cause more trouble, but seeing that everybody was obedient, he could only drop the thought. On the way, Han Fei saw a tremendous number of bizarre buildings and rotten weapons. He wondered how many people had died here. He asked, curiously, what happened in this place? Why is it still so dangerous when it's already a wasteland? Wu Liang replied, nobody knows what happened. We're just passing the outer city without exploring it, or we would have been faced with graver dangers. But like I said, if we don't explore the outer city, the inner city. Be careful. Before Wu Liang finished, a deep blue chasm suddenly appeared in the seawater, and weird cold currents gushed out. Han Fei saw that a person failed to dodge it, and one of his hands was hit by the cold currents. In the next second, the hand was shattered into ice pieces. Shoot! Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Those cold currents seemed too dreadful. Thankfully, most of the people in the team were advanced dangling fishers who managed to dodge the unexpected cold currents. There were no casualties yet. Intrigued, Han Fei asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are the cold currents caused by an array? After a moment of consideration, the Hexagon Starfish said, maybe, I don't know. Han Fei was lost for words. Don't you have heritages in arrays? You don't. No? The Hexagon Starfish said, I think they're caused by arrays, but I'm not sure. It's not in my inherited knowledge. Han Fei was rather helpless. He found that the cold currents emerged unexpectedly without any pattern. He could only speculate that there were unknown arrays here. He thought quickly and decided to wait until he got into the inner city. Right when Han Fei thought that he would be fine after he avoided the freezing currents, a riot burst out ahead of him. He found that a purple mass was spreading in the water ahead of him. Damn it. There's a traitor in the team. Not good. It's poison. Get out. Almost instantly, everybody left their position. Seeing that everybody dispersed, Han Fei immediately lunged into a dilapidated building nearby and accidentally stepped upon a decayed helmet. The other people weren't any more careful. Tremendous waves of undead creatures emerged in the buildings and charged at the intruders. But they were not the scariest part. The scariest part was that whoever touched the purple seawater was melting. After only one moment, the dozen people who accidentally touched it had been dissolved. Some were spun into smithereens by the turbulent cold currents, some were hit by the undead creatures and died in silence, and some wailed while they watched their flesh disappear. Han Fei smashed an undead creature and looked at the crowd. Someone had released poison. But why? He was quite surprised. Weren't they here to hunt demons? Why were they fighting each other before they entered the inner city yet? Wu Liang, Zhao Wu, and the rest of them landed next to Han Fei, partly because Han Fei was strong and partly because they trusted their own squad better. Wu Liang said, "Someone from this team released poison just now. Let's retreat." First. Han Fei didn't really care. He was even gloating a little bit. He had thought that the 100-person team would be awesome, but they turned out to be just a bunch of unorganized mobsters. What interested Han Fei more was the person who released the poison. Also, the purple poison seemed even more dreadful than the venom of the green arrow frog and the dry leaf worm. Even the advanced dangling fissures didn't last 20 seconds. Frowning at Wu Liang, Han Fei asked, "How far away are we from the inner city?" Wu Liang was about to talk, when Zhou Kai suddenly appeared from stealth mode. "We can't go back. Someone intentionally ruined the ancient battlefield behind us. It's been haunted. Strangling multiple undead creatures with the sea green vines," Wang Qingyue said to everyone, "We can't stay here. We must press on." Zhao Wu cursed, "Which son of *ch did this? I'll definitely beat him to death when I find him." Grabbing his rod, Han Fei ran forth. "Stop fighting. Let's run." Han Fei noticed that the peak-level dangling fissures were gathering and seemed to be abandoning this place. Many more people had noticed it too. Briefly stunned, they all quickly abandoned their battle and ran to the center. The peak-level dangling fissures spoke telepathically from the front, "Gather in the inner gate. We'll find out who the traitor is." Hearing that, Han Fei began to run at full speed, stomping on everything on his way, including the remains. As a result, many undead creatures were rising behind him. Zhao Wu roared, "Li Hani, what are you doing?" Han Fei said to all of them, "Don't be an idiot. The undead creatures are not a big problem. You'll only waste your time if you try to dodge them." Han Fei had thought it through. As they said, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Whoever released the poison just now was his ally in eliminating this 100-person team. Many people heard what Han Fei said and realized that it was true. Though the undead creatures were many, they took shape slowly and weren't fatal. What was fatal was the freezing currents and the one who released the poison. Therefore, everybody charged forward without dodging anything in their way. In the crowd, someone glanced at Han Fei and put on a weird smile, wishing that there could be more rookies like him in the team. When most of the people ignored the undead currents, there were more and more freezing currents in the water. They emerged every minute earlier, but every second at this moment. Ah! Stop. Stop now. Are you stupid? Don't ruin the environment. Don't touch the decayed. They will influence the frequency of the freezing currents. Who said that the undead creatures were not a problem? Get out. Han Fei secretly snorted. Get out? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Han Fei almost wished that the mayhem could be doubled, but Zhou Kai suddenly left the squad and said to Han Fei coldly, Li Hani, are you intentionally Stirring trouble? Everybody nearby was stunned, and they all looked at Han Fei unfriendly. Han Fei replied innocently, "What's wrong with you? I've been the most hard-working one so far, and you accuse me of being the troublemaker?" Wang Qingyue spoke in the crowd, "Li Hani, you don't need to do anything anymore, and stop touching the rotten weapons. The rest of you should not touch them either. There must be a great enemy within the team." A peak-level dangling fisher roared from the front, "That's right. Usually, there are no more than 10 casualties when a 100-person team enters the inner gate, but almost 30 have died this time. From now on, anyone with weird behavior will be killed instantly." Han Fei recalled his needle and opened his hands. "Okay, I'll stop attacking." Han Fei asked telepathically, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you know which guy released the poison?" The Hexagon Starfish gave a negative answer, "I'm just a starfish. I don't recognize any poison." After a brief moment of peace, the purple poisonous mist spread out again a few minutes later. This time, it happened right next to Han Fei. Han Fei immediately stepped on the ground and flew to a side. In the meantime, he grabbed Zhao Wu and Wu Liang and threw them away. Boom. They crashed into a ragged building. The area where they had been earlier was already occupied by the purple mist. Behind them, the advanced dangling fishers failed to dodge it in time. Some were consumed by the purple mist, and some were partly contaminated. Zhao Wu trembled in fear. "Dear Mother of God. Bro, thank you for saving my life." Wu Liang said with an awful expression, "What a vicious approach. It reminds me of someone." He suddenly rose and said to everyone, "Everybody, may I have your attention? Yang Huan, the 17th place on the wanted list, may be among us." "What? It's Yang Huan? The poison player? Yang Huan the poison master? CK him. Let's find him out and kill him." Han Fei was intrigued. He remembered a thing or two about Yang Huan. Yang Huan had a high ranking on the wanted list. He was the only peak level dangling fisher on the wanted list who played with poisons. Han Fei paid special attention to him. The 17th place of the wanted list. Name, Yang Huan. Gender, male. Professions, soul warrior, hunter. Spiritual beast, poison kiss, presumably a legendary creature. Contractual spiritual beasts, 5 venom gold scorpion, exotic, good at stealth, mutated dry leaf worm, exotic. Specialties, this man boasts strange disguise skills. He's good at critical strikes and poison explosions. Bounty, 4 million mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 400 kilograms of spiritual spring energy, a demon. Level high-quality art, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and 400 spiritual fruits. Remark, this man is very dangerous. He once performed a poison explosion on the dragon boat, resulting in the deaths of 100 people and the injuries of 1,000 more. His poisoning is weird and unpredictable. Be cautious. Note, this man is brutal and temperamental. He's suspected to be a lunatic. Recalling the information he read about Yang Huan, Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. It was the first poison-playing expert that he had run into. He only bought a disguise skill on the Spectre because he saw that this man was good at it. Little did he anticipate that he would run into the man in person here. Han Fei asked, "Hey, are you sure? This guy ranks even higher than Xia Shaochan on the list." Zhao Wu was stunned too. "Seriously? It's really him? Is there still time for us to escape? We can break into the haunted place if we have to. Retreat. Retreat. Let's get out of the undersea city and call for reinforcements. Retreat. Instantly, a dozen people ran backwards, not planning to hunt demons anymore. This young Juan might only be the 17th place on the wanted list, but many people would rather face the top 10 experts than him, because his poison could kill them unexpectedly. Crack. 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 100 streaks of light suddenly burst out from the crowd. The colorful light mixed in the water currents, spreading to all directions. Ah! Explode. Someone, unable to hold back the pain, detonated himself, making the water boil and surge. An armorist lost his mind and unleashed all the weapons in his weapon box, attacking anyone blindly. Some manipulators went crazy too, and swept their green vines all over the place. Boom. The peak-level dangling fishers in the front were dazed too. They were strong, but only relatively. If those on the wanted list were so easy to kill, they wouldn't have fooled so many people into coming with themselves on the mission. At this moment, among the dozen peak-level dangling fishers, a man's skin began to fester. Then, as if his body was unplugged, hundreds of narrow golden brooks of water squirted out. Even the peak-level dangling fishers couldn't stop the brooks from drawing close. The two guys closest to the man were sprinkled by them. They took different reactions. One of them tried to block the golden brooks with his spiritual energy protective cover, and the other simply cut a piece of flesh off his arm when it was corrupted and quickly fled. As a result, the man who resisted it with the spiritual energy protective cover was fully enveloped in the weird golden water. Then, to everyone's shock, strange colors popped up on his body, and his flesh began to bulge. Disperse. To the inner city, the peak-level dangling fishers exclaimed. Just because they were strongest didn't mean they were invincible, particularly not for the experts on the wanted list. Now that the peak-level dangling fishers were running, the advanced dangling fishers naturally followed. On Han Fei's side, Wu Liang and the rest had fled 100 meters away. They were about to return. Han Fei was hesitating, when someone suddenly said in his head, "Hey, have you watched enough of the show? It's time to take action." The unexpected voice gave Han Fei quite a shock. He looked around quickly, but this place was a complete mess. Everybody was either fighting or running. None of them seemed to be speaking to him. The voice in Han Fei's head continued, "Stop looking. We're both under disguise. Your disguise is fine, but your behavior has betrayed you." Han Fei replied, "What do you mean?" The man sneered. "You were already exposed when you instigated them to ignore the obstacles. A real explorer in a 100-person team wouldn't be as reckless as you. Nobody has unveiled you yet, but after they get into the inner city, they will immediately talk to you. Do you believe me?" Han Fei responded, "So, are you helping me?" "No. They're hunting Xia Xiaochan, but I don't want to. What I want is their sea swallowing seashells. I'll use poisons, and you'll stop the runners." "How does that sound?" Han Fei asked. "How are we going to split the loot?" The man said with a smile, "It depends on your capabilities. Be quick. Things will be tricky if anyone escapes." Han Fei's face slightly changed. He instantly set off and swam back at an unbelievable speed. Wu Liang and the rest of the squad were fast, but due to the blockage of the undead creatures, they couldn't swim as freely as in the sea. While they were slashing their way forward, they saw that Han Fei was crashing into everything, on his way on a rampage. Jiao Wu roared, "Li Hani, what's wrong with you? Stop setting the undead creatures free." However, Wu Liang paused and said, "Don't go to him." His face changed as he asked, "Who are you? How are you related to Yang Huan?" The mention of Yang Huan made Zhou Kai, Wang Qingyue, and Jiao Wu greatly shocked. Not just them, those who were running backwards with them were greatly alarmed. 2. Han Fei raised his head and grinned. "Me and him? It's just a coincidence. You can't get out. You can either come back or die here. Make your choice." Jiao Wu burst into a rage. "I didn't know that it was a treacherous wolf that I picked up. Damn it. You think you can stop all of us on your own?" Clatter. Behind Han Fei, the shadow of a mantis shrimp appeared, followed by 9 crazily dancing chains. Staring at them with a smile, Han Fei said, "I really wanted to go in with you, but I didn't know that Yang Huan was here. It's nice to meet you. F***ck. Han Fei? Damn it. Run." Jiao Wu turned around and fled, not intending to fight at all. Didn't the intelligence say that the third place on the wanted list was in the seaborne prairie? Why had he come to the undersea city? Greatly shocked, everybody simply turned around and fled without a fight. Why would they come to hunt Xia Xiaochan? Because Xia Xiaochan was the 32rd place on the wanted list, and according to sources, she was in a special state. But as for these two, Yang Huan was the 17th place, famous for killing people with poison without shedding any blood, and Han Fei was even more horrifying. The man had fought all the way from the 59th place to the 3rd place. How could the advanced dangling fishers not be scared? They did not care whether he was a peak-level dangling fisher or an intermediate dangling fisher anymore. His name was simply too intimidating. In the crowd, a plain-looking young man felt that an ironhead fish just hit him in the chest when he saw Han Fei's 9 tails, wondering why he had run into this guy. He knew that Han Fei couldn't be ordinary. After all, a regular intermediate dangling fisher wouldn't have kept such a high profile in the undersea city. So, he speculated that Han Fei might be under disguise like himself, and that Han Fei was stronger than he seemed. He didn't expect that Han Fei was much more. Seeing that everybody was scared back by Han Fei, and Han Fei was not attacking, he was lost for words. Yang Huan said, "I've heard a lot of things about you. However, why are you making them go back? You want me to kill all of them?" Han Fei replied with a smile, "My identity has been exposed, but yours isn't. You think we can kill all those peak-level dangling fishers?" In the front, the 20 peak-level dangling fishers stopped. Han Fei? They were here to capture Xia Xiaochan, but the man who allegedly was associated with her was here. Should they attack him or not? Someone said telepathically, "Let's attack together while we're all here." Han Fei may be good, but he's just an intermediate dangling fishers. I'm told that he only killed 2 peak-level dangling fishers in the seaborne prairie. But there are so many of us. We have a good chance. Someone hesitated. Don't forget that Yang Huan is also here. Someone agreed. That's right. Han Fei is in the light, but it's not easy to kill him. Now that he has joined hands with Yang Huan, it's not as simple as 1 + 1. Someone proposed, who knows escape techniques? Summon more reinforcements. This is a great opportunity. After what he caused in the seaborne prairie, Han Fei must have more treasures than Yang Huan and Xia Shaochan do. Are you willing to let him go? I'll go. Instantly, a peak-level dangling fisher hunter entered stealth mode and swam hundreds of meters away in dozens of water currents. Han Fei subconsciously drew his saber and cut the water currents. But then he frowned. I missed him? He said telepathically, hey, one of them escaped. He was too fast. I couldn't take him down. In the crowd, a golden line was weaving like a lightning bolt, withering whoever it touched. Yang Huan couldn't hold it back anymore and simply responded, then what are you waiting for? Kill the people here first. If the hundreds of people outside swarm in, what can you do? Han Fei thought of something. Let's keep half of them and release the other half. Yang Huan said, no, as long as we're here, everybody else that's here will be killed. Those from the outside will not care who they are but simply kill all the suspects. Han Fei secretly cursed and darted out all his blue sea wandering dragon daggers. He charged at the crowd and said, cast your poison on me. Huh? Yang Huan was stunned. Cast poison on you? He had never heard of such a request in all the years he traveled the level 3 fishery. Actually, Han Fei had examined Yang Huan's poison when the poisonous mist burst out. It didn't scare him, and he was not panicked at all when Zhao Wu fled. The venomous tulip was more effective than he imagined, and he had taken more than one poison-resistant spiritual fruit. There were still hundreds more in his Forge the Universe. So, he was not afraid of any poison in the level 3 fishery. While the crowd was crazily escaping, Han Fei chased them right behind them. Suddenly, he was covered in a purple mist. Everybody was dumbfounded. Weren't those two in a team? Why were they fighting? While they were surprised, Han Fei came to them as quickly as lightning, with poison on his weapons and his body. Instantly, some people were knocked away, and they began to scream a moment later. Damn it. Han Fei has the antidote. Let's run. In the crowd, Yang Huan was quite shocked too. What kind of freak was this man? Why couldn't he poison the man? In the front, the peak-level dangling fishers were gloomy too after realizing that those two had formed a team. They were shocked by the efficiency. Han Fei did not even resort to his weapon, but simply crashed into everyone with his unparalleled speed. After only one moment, dozens of people had collapsed under the weird poisonous mist. Shwa. 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 Some squeezed their flash stones and simply vanished. In the blink of an eye, only 10 advanced dangling fishers were left, and the rest had all flashed away. Someone who did not have a flash stone charged at Han Fei crazily. I'll take you with me if I must die. Boom, Han Fei was blown away by the man's self-explosion, but only by 100 meters. To everybody's shock, Han Fei charged back unscathed before he hit the ground yet. Everybody was dumbfounded. The self-explosion was useless? How sturdy was Han Fei to have weathered through the self-explosion of an advanced dangling fisher so easily? While Han Fei charged at the crowd, one of the peak-level dangling fishers raised his bow and shot 9 consecutive arrows. However, Han Fei simply grabbed the water-dividing seal and broke the arrows of spiritual energy easily. He even accelerated and appeared before a manipulator, cutting him into pieces. Han Fei declared, you want to hunt demons? You should have been prepared to be hunted before you came in. After no more than 100 seconds, the 10 advanced dangling fishers were all executed without any survivors. Yang Huan said, 30 of them have escaped. Han Fei said, there's nothing we can do about them. Where are you? The peak-level dangling fishers couldn't have looked more awful. It happened too fast. They had planned to send for aid. If more peak-level dangling fishers came, they could surround Han Fei and Yang Huan easily, who couldn't possibly resist 100 of them. But after only a short while, the peak-level dangling fishers had all fled or been killed. Some roared furiously, idiots! Idiots! Why did they run? The outsiders would not let go of anyone in here after they come in. Someone asked in fright, where is Yang Huan? Reminded by him, the 20 peak-level dangling fishers all dispersed. They didn't know each other in the first place, and this was just a temporary team. Now, Han Fei had revealed himself, but Yang Huan was nowhere to be seen. What did it mean? Someone bellowed, keep a distance from each other. Yang Huan must be among us. Han Fei was quite curious about where Yang Huan was too. If he had really been among the peak-level dangling fishers, why didn't he attack just now? Yang Huan spoke telepathically, keep chasing them. You're covered in poison at this point. None of them will fight you. Chase them to the inner gate. I'll wait for you there. Han Fei was slightly intrigued. Okay. Someone ahead looked back at Han Fei. Han Fei, don't push us, or we will attack you together. You think you can resist so many peak-level dangling fishers? Han Fei chuckled. Feel free to come at me if you're not afraid of the poison. Everybody was lost for words. If you weren't protected by the poison, we would have already killed you. While chasing them, Han Fei sensed the poisonous mist on his body, which was really horrible. He felt that his spiritual energy was vaporizing even though he had taken things like the venomous tulip. Could this poison swallow his spiritual energy? Hew! 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 Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow and shot out arrows. Each arrow contained almost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He didn't care. If the arrows hit them, he was merely scaring them off with the poison on the arrows. Ros. Damn it. Hold another 100 seconds. We're almost at the inner gate. Han Fei shouted, Yang Huan, it's time to show yourself, you son of a *ch. If you don't, they'll really get away. Everybody was greatly alarmed. Someone spoke telepathically, enter the inner city separately. Don't gather. Han Fei roared, Yang Huan, did you hear that? They're entering separately. It's a good time to kill them one by one. Everybody up ahead wanted to cut Han Fei into pieces now that Han Fei caught their communication. Now that they were too dispersed, they had to speak more loudly, and Han Fei could hear everything. 100 seconds later, Han Fei finally saw the inner city, which was much bigger than the outer city. Some of them dashed in first. The rest of them were greatly relieved. They could find out which of them Yang Huan was after they entered the inner city. Therefore, they gathered again after they dispersed. Of course, they were all on full alert, ready to squeeze their flash stones if anyone behaved abnormally. It would be even better if they could fight back instantly. Han Fei kept shouting, Yang Huan, where the *ck are you? They'll all be inside if you don't do anything. Bam! 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 Hardly had Han Fei finished when glamorous fireworks burst out at the gate. And a poisonous mist was spreading within hundreds of meters. That was not all. He also saw a streak of golden light bouncing among the peak-level dangling fissures, quickly. Bam, bam. Only 3 of them made it to the inner gate. Of the rest, 5 abandoned the inner gate and escaped by squeezing flash stones, and others were instantly covered by the poisonous mist. Then, their bodies started rotting, with dark holes appearing. Some people were withering, and some had turned green. 8 people had fallen into the trap, though 2 made it into the inner city. 6 didn't. After it was done, Han Fei saw a young man in his 20s walking out of a corner. The man said, "We did our best. It's not easy to hunt peak level dangling fissures." Staring at the young man, Han Fei said, "Almost 50 escaped." The young man was staring at him too. He shrugged and said, 39, to be more exact. But only those who made it to the inner city will really survive. Glancing at Yang Huan, Han Fei said, "Take your poison away right now." Yang Huan asked curiously, "What spiritual fruit did you take?" "My poison is useless on you?" Han Fei said, "Haha. Take a guess." Yang Huan was not bothered. He glanced at Han Fei and asked, "Now what?" Han Fei's original plan was simple, to cause as much mess as possible, so that no more 100-person teams would march into the undersea city. The cooperation with Yang Huan was purely an accident. One of them wanted money, and the other intended to save someone. They had different purposes, but the result was the same. Han Fei smiled. "Collect their sea-swallowing seashells now. Let's split them." Yang Huan laughed. "You're demanding half? That's not fair. I want 70%. Han Fei sneered. "There are 1,000 people outside. Do you not want theirs? Or do you think you can take them down on your own?" Considering for a moment, Yang Huan said, "You're here to save someone. It will be difficult for you if I don't help." Pointing at the gate, Han Fei said, "There's a 100-person team inside, and 4 peak-level dangling fissures just got in. But the undersea city is too huge. Xiao Xiaochan can't be hunted by them easily. She didn't get on the wanted list for nothing." Yang Huan pointed outside. "What about the thousands of people out there?" Han Fei tilted his head. "Are you really so stubborn? We haven't killed many people yet. Let's try to make a fortune from the people outside." "Ha ha ha." Yang Huan suddenly laughed. He stared at Han Fei and said, "I'm interested." As expected of the 3rd place on the wanted list. "Okay, let's split them. I've got a plan." Han Fei said, "You're more familiar with this place. Tell me about it." Yang Huan's eyes turned cold. "Those in the outer city of the undersea city are just regular undead creatures. You're too sturdy to be hurt by them. However, not everybody is like you. You will have to attract a tremendous amount of undead creatures." Looking at the ruined outer city, Han Fei nodded. "Not a problem, but what next?" Yang Huan suddenly laughed. "It's even harder to cultivate poison than to cultivate body hardness. Do you really think I've shown my best?" Han Fei looked outside and asked, "How many people can be stopped in the outer city?" Yang Huan squinted and said, 30%, tops. Han Fei was secretly shocked. 30% was a lot. There were hundreds of boats outside. None of them would have believed that 30% of them Could be killed by undead creatures and poison. Han Fei asked, what about the inner city? Yang Huan's lips curled. The hero souls in the inner city are significantly stronger than the undead creatures in the outer city. Watching Yang Huan collect the sea-swallowing seashells with the golden threads, Han Fei frowned and asked, how much stronger? As strong as 1,000 undead creatures? Yang Huan shook his head. Of course not. I have a grass that I wonder if you have ever heard about. Han Fei stared at Yang Huan in silence. Yang Huan said, the 3-turn dragon drool grass. It's unique in the level 3 fishery. It can. Han Fei asked in surprise, 1,000-kilometer redness? Yang Huan was stunned. You know that? Of course Han Fei knew it. However, the plant was not recorded in regular books, but only described in a complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean. The 3-turn dragon drool grass, also known as 1,000-kilometer redness, was developed in places with dragon blood. It was said that it was surrounded by fiery poison. It was a remarkable grass in the level 3 fishery. It contained a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and could help someone reach a higher level, like turning from a dangling fisher to a hanging fisher. The 3-turn dragon drool grass was quite powerful. To take it, one had to be strongly resistant to poison, which was the most important requirement. Secondly, they must be very sturdy. As far as hanging fishers knew, it was inedible for ordinary people and could be lethal even for peak-level dangling fishers. Probably only the hanging fishers could use them. Because the plant grew in environments of pure redness, it was hard to discover them. Han Fei didn't know where Yang Huan found it. Han Fei asked in confusion, is there such a thing in the level 3 fishery? Yang Huan looked at Han Fei weirdly. I obtained it by accident, but I won't give it away. Well, Yang Huan thought a moment and said, I can give you the 3-turn dragon drool grass if you let me keep all the sea-swallowing seashells. Han Fei snorted. Not interested. I don't need it to help with my breakthrough, and I don't need the little spiritual energy it contains. Let's just split the sea-swallowing seashells. Yang Huan said, okay, let's do it before it's too late. Though Han Fei did not trust Yang Huan yet, he was not very suspicious of the man at this moment, after the man had revealed his identity and shown that he was just here to make a fortune. Han Fei grabbed a bunch of sea-swallowing seashells and flapped his wings, marching forward. The battlefield in the outer city was quite huge. Han Fei simply hauled the 9 chains against the ground, collapsing the buildings that should have collapsed long ago. He raised dirty sand and mud from the ground. In the middle of the sand and mud, human-shaped shadows were emerging. At first, dozens of them were chasing Han Fei. A moment later, there were thousands of them. However, the undead creatures were too slow to catch up with Han Fei. As for those which took shape even more slowly, they simply lingered, not knowing what they should do. In the meantime, Han Fei ran into a peak-level dangling fisher, who thought that Han Fei was coming at him. The man squeezed another flash stone and disappeared. When Han Fei raged past the gate to the inner city, he was followed by more than 10,000 undead creatures that were mauling each other. Yang Huan was quite shocked. Staring at Han Fei while Han Fei swooshed by, Yang Huan secretly cursed, what a monster. Actually, Yang Huan was much weaker than Han Fei in terms of combat ability. Faced with peak-level dangling fishers, Yang Huan could only deal with 2 or maybe 3 with his dual professions. Now, watching Han Fei, who had been reckless since the beginning, Yang Huan was quite envious, wondering how amazing it would be if his body could be as sturdy as Han Fei's while he kept his poisoning abilities. Outside. In the sea outside of the undersea city, the people were still waiting. Someone said impatiently, "Why don't we form another 100-person team?" Only the inner part of the undersea city is dangerous. But now that 200-person teams have entered it, the way is cleared for us. Someone said carefully, "Forget it. Let's just wait another day." 200 people are nothing in the undersea city. Let's see who comes out first. This place was unusually peaceful and quiet, without any fighting or quarrel. Someone was even in the mood for fishing. Bam! Suddenly, a person broke out of the water, raising a tide dozens of meters. Hi. Huh? Someone is out? A peak-level dangling fisher is out? Many people rose quickly. But the newcomer said in panic in the next second, "We need reinforcements." Han Fei and Yang Huan blended into the 100-person team just now. They're fighting in the outer part of the undersea city. Come. What? Han Fei was still vandalizing the area. When people surged into the outer city, he was still waving the 9-star chain randomly. Suddenly, he saw a dozen people at the gate. Is it really Han Fei? Hurry up. It's really Han Fei. With a smile, Han Fei waved at the gate, before running to the gate to the inner city as quickly as possible while wagging his chain tails. After no more than a second, the gate to the outer city was crowded. But they were all shocked to see the undead creatures all over the place. Someone was lost for words. What's Han Fei's problem? The peak-level dangling fishers did not care about the undead creatures and simply pressed on. Kill anyone on your way. They weren't affected. They even found Han Fei naive. Did he really think that they would be stopped by the undead creatures? When hundreds of people swarmed into the city, the undead creatures were really vulnerable. After only a moment, most of them were shattered, and few people died. Amidst the freezing currents, Han Fei hopped and dodged. Many spoke warily, "Be cautious of Yang Huan. Everybody, march in a line, and kill any hunter who intends to cut in the line." The freezing currents were rather powerful, but none of the newcomers were slow. Even though the number of the freezing currents had been increased due to the destruction to the battlefield, they only caused the deaths of no more than 20 people, which was insignificant compared to the whole army. Han Fei secretly cursed, "I'm in serious trouble." He wondered if Yang Huan's poison would be effective. Things wouldn't end well if it weren't. Those people were already aware of Yang Huan and Han Fei's collaboration, so they had been taking precautions. They simply tailed Han Fei without trying to catch him. The spirit gatherers cleared the unusual waves of spirit energy at the edge, and the manipulators separated the battlefield with various kinds of vines. Like they were a real army. Yang Huan was gone at the gate to the inner city. But Han Fei was not panicked at all. He didn't see why Yang Huan would give up this opportunity. When Han Fei landed at the gate to the inner city, the 100-peak level dangling fishers all stopped. They were all armed and even fused with their spiritual beasts. Someone spoke telepathically, "Han Fei, you really think that you could have stopped us with your petty trick? Also, Yang Huan thinks that his poison is so awesome?" Dozens of people simply shot terrifying arrows of spiritual energy at Han Fei with their bows. Silently, Han Fei raised his head and looked above. Following Han Fei's movement, the peak-level dangling fishers all raised their head too. Then, they found that a purple mist, mixed with overwhelming undead creatures, were swooping at them. Han Fei grinned. Hee hee. Come and get me. Right before the 100 arrows of spiritual energy hit Han Fei, he retreated gently and disappeared into the dark gate to the inner city. All the chasers were greatly shocked. Someone cried crazily, "Go into the inner city now." Han Fei actually admired Yang Huan for his poisoning methods. Nothing was more effective than poison in a large-scale battle. In the outer city, while the peak-level dangling fishers in the front were running first, the advanced dangling fishers and the intermediate dangling fishers behind them all used their last resorts in fright. For a moment, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, and weapons were waving crazily, imploding tremendous numbers of undead creatures before they arrived. But there were too many undead creatures. Any of them who managed to draw close could kill a person. Almost in the blink of an eye, the outer city was strewn with bodies. Far away behind a wall, Yang Huan was watching the scene, sneering. He saw nothing but money. The sea-swallowing seashell of each person could bring him tremendous rewards. He had only thought to set up 100-person team, but he didn't know that Han Fei was here too. He was excited that the game got so big. How many sea-swallowing seashells could he acquire from the 1,000 people? On the other hand, hardly had Han Fei entered the inner city when he had an enormous sense of crisis. What he saw first was the glittering, crimson, glamorous grass hundreds of meters away. It must be the 3-turn dragon jewel grass. But Han Fei did not intend to collect it at all. That 3-turn dragon jewel grass had hundreds of weird colors. There was no telling how many poisons Yang Huan had added to it. What was really dangerous was the monsters around the grass whose big eyes were wide open, as well as the hero souls that were much more vivid than those strewn in the outer city with their armor and their spears. A string of data appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Name: Undead Hero Souls. Introduction: they're the experts' lingering beliefs of protection. They will fight for this city again when they meet intruders. Level 38, Quality: Undead. Spiritual Energy, 3,566 points. Collectible: Undead Vibe. Unabsorbable. Though they were all undead creatures, those here were essentially different. The undead creatures in the outer city were just regular soldiers who were unconscious and only knew to attack, but Han Fei sensed that the hero souls here had their own minds. There were 100 such hero souls. They were all tall and magnificent, and they were aiming their long spears at Han Fei, with blue flames burning in their eyes. Die. 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 The mysterious roars that sounded from hell rumbled in Han Fei's ears like thunder. Holding the water-dividing seal, Han Fei evaded the hundreds of slashes, until he turned a sharp turn, leaving a gold and red trail of light, and jumped at the 3-turn dragon jewel grass. When he approached it, he found that the grass was surrounded by bodies. There were enormous black worms, dozens of meters long, crumbled crabs, squids that were being bitten, and hermit crabs that were feasting on those bodies. None of the creatures seemed to have been poisoned. They seemed to have been killed by other creatures. When Han Fei raised his head again, he found all kinds of eyes glittering from the dark corners in all directions. A myriad of creatures seemed to be hiding around him. Sweet Mother of God!